Okay, we should be live now. I'm just going to show my. Let me make sure we have this other. Be right. Yes. Okay. Um, I suppose we can get rid of this one. All right. So we're using main monitor here. And yeah, how society failed Gen Z. That's some cringe like clickbait bullshit trying to be like another one of these video essayists. There are a lot of video essays out there and they're all kind of trash. Like there was a period where you could learn quite a lot from listening to video essays, right? And maybe if you're young, you are lucky to be like innocent to the ways of the world, and it's not such a big deal to waste a moment listening to such things. These days, I mean, this is just an endless trash pit of people complaining, right? What I'm trying to do is have like one view. Like there's nobody that will even say like what's up to me, right? You send in your application, it gets hit by an ATS and it gets struck down. You send in your, YouTube stream or your Twitch stream or whatever else it is, it gets hit by, like serving systems and it disappears, right? Like uh so it's possible to stream literally like weeks of your live and not be discovered, as in like nobody will address you. We can confirm that we're live and that we're tracking, like everything is being said through the microphone from me directly as it is. I'm on camera, I'm presenting myself, and yet, like, literally get no response. Here, what they'll say is like, you're not marketing yourself. Oh, it's a random gaming channel. But like, I've also done other channels. This is not like the first, I'm here and I exist independent of this. And if I send in applications to companies, you know what I mean, and they kind of just get like dunked on, I have relevant skill sets and I present cleanly, you know, but I'm also really fucking angry because where's the money? What's wrong with this country? They don't want strong, independent, like silent type people, and they don't want people that want to run their own show. I don't have the camera. I don't have the like. I'm not saying the right words. You know. Uh, I don't fucking know. But like we can't be friends. Apparently, we're not friends, and we're not gonna be friends. I find that to be tragic. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with the country? Uh, yeah. Like none of this stuff is good. Like I hate every fucking thing that I'm seeing. Uh, it should be basically illegal to like clip people and put them on multiple channels. Like the idea that you're gonna see this one dumb asshole speaking like 50,000 times on a bunch of different channels, and then you're not even going to be addressed like conversationally, like a human being. You know what I mean? Like, what do you like? Study any sort of psychological fairness, anything. Okay, look at monkeys in any sort of basic fairness test. It's like you should expect that like you're creating people that would kill anybody and everybody, because like whenever you have no capacity to like earn and achieve, commensurate with what you like are capable of because of sociological issues where like a literal terrorist organization is working in consort to like play these dumb games. Like they've hidden away all the resources. I hate this fucking guy. I hate all these people. Like there's a lot of other people out there that are streaming stuff that I would rather look at. There are a lot of other people making money and having conversations I'd rather be involved in, and doing those kind of things. I want to be wasting my fucking time watching YouTube videos right now. That's a stupid video, which I've said don't fucking recommend me so many goddamn times that I want to open up a class action lawsuit. Imagine if, it's like a rapist. It's like, I don't want to see this video. Like, I made an account so that I can control what I do and do not see. Like, and if I had kids, or if I were in imagine you're a teacher too. Like, you imagine you were a teacher and you were creating like an educational YouTube, and then you're like, dog, don't recommend that video. That wouldn't be a good video to show up in class. Like, don't do that. Went through and like kind of sanitized it, and it's just like, oh well, we reset that occasionally and just like do whatever we want. It's like, fuck you. You can't do that. That's not how that works. Uh, so we're just bottlenecked somewhere by a complete fucking douchebag, and probably just leaving the country is an advisable prospect, because that you can't do business underneath terrorism like this. Like, you can't, if you did design anything, you don't own it. Whoever the fuck is backdooring your computer, and in this country there's no like clearly, like, it's just literal terrorism against the individual. um it's awful. What a dumbass, what a stupid fucking video. And you know what, I've already said don't recommend it. It's like, what a stupid asshole. I don't want to fucking watch that shit. Yeah, dead internet like right here. I hope to God that a lot of people got fucking killed last night. I hate this fucking country so goddamn much. And people will probably be like, oh, it has to be like some sort of AI or something. This is actually me here with Restless Ambitions. Restless Ambitions is the only place you're going to find me right now. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, why the hell are you people so absolutely horrible? Imagine you're stranded on a desert planet, and you're trying to make an emergency broadcast to like contact, just like ping, is there anybody out there? Is there anything that exists on the other side of this? And it's like, oh no? Okay. Well, fuck you then. You just unperson people? This has to be against the fucking law. This is ridiculous, dude. It will, like, waste your fucking time watching some dumb shit like that. Can stereotypes ever be useful? Well, whenever it comes to like cleansing your stupid YouTube feed, it's like, knock once. Imagine if somebody came and knocked on your door and you were like, no thanks. And then they just came back and kept on knocking on your door, right? Like, this isn't an infinite scroll. It's like the same stuff being recycled. And if I hit don't recommend, it gets recycled again, like, that's disgusting and abusive. So if I'm aware of the concept of going, $20 rule is such a fucking stupid thing. It's like, I just want to be real. I don't want to lie. I want to be actually like have the capacity to do things on earth. What the fuck is wrong with everybody? Jesus Christ, man. Just crucify people. $20 will get you what exactly, you dumbass? What a fucking idiot.
If you're like,
Every time you work a shift. Okay, yeah, so he's saying be a bartender and work like five, like, 3 4 nights a week, and every shift put away like $80 a week is what he's saying. And then you can walk around and like spend $80. It's like, yeah, dumbass. Like, who the fuck doesn't do that? I did that at my previous job. I saved every goddamn dollar I made. And then in the time trying to find a replacement that's of commensurate quality with a real company, it's like, it just doesn't fucking happen, dude. My life situation is completely fucked, and there are things beyond my control which have attacked me. And I'm getting absolutely no goddamn assistance in the midst of being literally attacked for my entire life. What a fucking stupid country. So I'm capable of doing literally any type of work. What a stupid fucking country, dude. I pray to God I'm going to see a ton of mass shootings last night. What a fucking awful country. It's like, who would ever want to work with that? It's like, yeah, who would ever want to work with you? It's like, why can't we be friends? It's like, I'm like, I want to make a homestead. You know, I just want to like, I'm here. You know, I learn things. I'm like trying to make a homestead. I like, travel and exercise, sports. Anyways, okay, you're just gonna like completely ghost me. 100%. What a fucking stupid terrorist organization they have. I even show you like actual fucking news, like the stuff that just happened. This is all dumb, dumb multi-millionaire, billionaire, douchebag bullshit. This is nothing that actually just fucking happened. They love protest. They do this cyclically, right? This is just what they do. Like people are like, oh no, like I hate to say it, but the truth is that like the concert attack just puts fuel on the fire. So it's like the best thing that ever happened to him, right? It's like this gives you the pretext to wage war indefinitely, as you always do, as you always enjoy. So, congratulations. And the fact that they're trying to pass bills limiting speech in the United States and labeling individuals for basically objecting to cyclical, war and killing people. I mean, it's like, so what do I need to be? Pro killing people? What a fucking awful country. And then you look around at the actual quality of the place around here. On top of all this, like, the job experience I got was one where these people, like, basically just dehumanize you and give you shit which is, like, completely irrelevant to anything. And you create objectively stupid markers for success. And then, like, judge you and then push you into a corner on the basis of this labeling game that they play. And it's like, I'm better than all of you combined. Like, shut the fuck up. Put me through on the phone to the people. Like, where the fuck are they? Right? Like, I'm here. I put myself online. Like, people watch stuff if they get served it. It's like, literally, I've been given like 20, 30 impressions to bots, like live streams are not going to get attraction, and like not even one comment, not one comment. Like there's no favorability here. We're just talking like absolute neutral negative is where I stand at best, right? We have literally not a single soul on this planet who apparently holds me in positive sentiment. Right? Like, what a fucking awful place to be. What a terrible way to be. It's like, it's nothing that is of my creation. It's the failure of all these people around me to actually, like, address the elephant in the room.
All we're doing right now.
Mood about this. It's just
to get to their homes. And
like, what a fucking awful joke. They're trying to use AI to, like, genocide me and other people. Like, I'm equally as fucking put out by this stuff as anybody else. Like, what a fucking awful country. People are doing so much stupid bullshit. They'd just as soon throw you into hell with anybody else that's been destroyed, Just like I could be the person that gets slaughtered on the fucking news and nobody would give a fuck contrary, right? Like, that's that they're creating, and it's bullshit. Like, fuck this. What an awful fucking country. Like, I don't even have the money to put up like a defense for myself. I don't even get the opportunity to fucking interview for a company and like talk to them about like working with them because they are just objectively awful. Like, they have diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they hire people who do absolutely nothing. But then they come up with this fabrication that, like, You are a liability or something or the other. I don't understand how they function. They're stupid. It's like they don't understand that talent and individuals are like, you don't have a choice. They're just there. Like you have absolutely no choice but to utilize them. It's like you don't get to choose your fucking chess pieces. This guy is an absolute asshole. I fucking hate Linus, dude. Like I don't give a fuck about this goddamn channel. I've hit don't recommend a lot on Linus, and like I still get sent the stuff. I just don't understand why everything is so bad. I don't give a fuck about Meta, what Meta's chief AI scientist believes, because they won't respond to me. Like, why the fuck would I care? Like, care about what I have to say? I hate this dumb British douchebag with stupid fucking glasses talking about how to game these dumbass systems. Whenever it's just a purely human thing and they're inventing lies as to why they won't address you directly or give you any traction. That makes you angry, and then they go, well, we can't put an angry person through to other people. It's like, yes, you can. You're just not. Like, I can't even afford to eat. I want to fucking kill people, dude. I want to see people suffer a horrible, torturous death, like globally. I want to put out robotics that slaughter everybody. I fucking hate this country.
Welcome.
It's like, give me my fucking homestead or I'm going to fucking kill you people. It's like, it's not negotiable that people need money. What a stupid fucking country. I have a whole host of people I should be able to sue, but like, I'm not in with those type of people, and I wasn't constantly looking after myself. Should have sued the fuck out of KNC for late delivery and faulty products. And, you know, they stole people's money whenever they took their wallet offline, which I didn't have anything hosted in, but they are literal absolute thieves. We should be killing these people. It's a fucking joke. The idea that you can steal people's money and kick them down, like, oh, it's only a small amount of money. They only have a small amount of money. You know what I mean? It's like, holy fuck. And the difference between losing like 4 or 5 or 6 BTC at $300 versus 4 or 5 or 6 BTC at $60,000. Like, you should be able to kill these people. 14 things will get your YouTube channel deleted. Being this person, having an opinion or knowing things. It's like they would rather me just go fucking die, apparently. And I would rather kill you people. Voting to kick bad teammates like me, right? It's like, what a fucking joke. Everyone is laid off, now what? They're trying to create this Black Mirror social media dystopia where they can just kick people off. It's like, I'm saying, why can't we be friends? And it's like, well, here's what it is. Look at this dumb garbage. Look at this stupid fucking video, too. Like this dumbass thumbnail of Edward Snowden being showed to people. And it's like, if you hit don't recommend, it just comes back. It's like this garbage spam, like a virus. Like, I want to legislate the fuck out of YouTube. I want these people to be like, I want to wreck some careers at a minimum. And I hope that random psychopaths go out and just start shooting their fucking executives. I fucking hate this country, dude. What a stupid fucking place. Just trying to be like a normal person, like I'm a friendly person that just wants basic acknowledgement and is completely fucking neglected. That is evil. That is absolutely fucking evil. What a stupid bitch. I fucking hate that guy's channel. You know how many times I've said don't recommend? He's not funny. None of these goddamn comedians are funny. I want to fucking kill these people for doing this shit, dude. It's like, you think my life is a goddamn joke? Like, stupid bullshit. Fucking garbage that should have never been produced. The idea that you turned a profit on that is offensive. What a fucking joke, man. Ozempic is a scam. It literally just kills you. It makes your muscles deteriorate and you become really like weird, leathery, wiry, and you don't want to eat. It's basically heroin that doesn't have any of the other aspects of heroin. If you use Ozempic, you're basically retarded, and you probably have a lot of money. Uh, because I don't fucking care. Because I want to stay at a luxury hotel in Cairo. I don't fucking care about your trip. Why the fuck would I care? You know what I mean? Like, I want to have like basic capacity of acknowledgement and communication with the outside world. Something which is being completely deprived of me, apparently. That is enough to make anybody angry and justifies basically any act against them to resist that because it's an act of war. It's like literally terrorist actions against the individual by the state and corporate. What a dumb asshole. You know, you gotta put on the friendly face and pretend like you're a normie idiot that doesn't recognize trends. Just like bring it down really simple for the audience who's super stupid. It's like if I keep on streaming forever, all of these channels will come back. That should be illegal. The lack of consistency just destroys it. Like, what the fuck is the point? People worship these dumb algorithms and all these stupid fucking country. Vietnam is a fucking trash pit for somebody that comes from the United States. You're a fucking idiot if you go there. Like, I don't give a fuck, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I hate these people. Like, oh, I'm drinking alcohol on a beach and it's so cheap and it's like I don't fucking care. Like, I might go visit Vietnam, but like I don't want to watch your live well on $1,000 a month. Like, fuck you, fuck your angle of being poor and like escaping to Vietnam. Like, fuck that. It's such a stupid fucking thing. Pisses me way the fuck off. Well, I think that maybe assassins deserve to win. Like they said that occasionally the fields of liberty need to be watered with the blood of tyrants, and they fucking meant it, dude. Imagine if you literally just like you can't get money and you can't get any sort of social connection and you're just like done. You just like die in the street. What do? You just like lay down and die? What the fuck are you supposed to do?
This is actually about Eve cheating on Adam.
Yeah, it was very anti-Shinzo Abe assassination, but also maybe just killing people is the right way to go. Because apparently they're playing games where they straight up kill you. It's like, this is what it's like whenever you're killed. You don't have any association with anybody or anything. You have no income, you have no action, you have no capacity to enact your will. Because you're dead. Your last will and testament. It's done. It's called that because you can't exercise your free will on Earth at all. And if you're alive and you can't exercise your free will on Earth, then you may as well already be fucking dead. It's a stupid fucking terrorist country. What a stupid, awful place to live.
1 hour a day to go out for a walk, and I went.
I hate listening to these people. Honestly, like, probably primed to unsubscribe. There was like a year ago, a couple good videos occasionally, and now it's just like I could not care less. A lot of this shit is just identitarian bullshit, not like breaking news. Very rarely ever want to watch any of this shit, and they do a lot of dumb, like, identitarian garbage I don't like. I'm just gonna be real. I don't want to give it air in my life, you know. And other people will just decide that with you unanimously and then cut you off. So it's like I'm in a gulag. I'm in the fucking Google gulag over here. Like, what the hell are you supposed to do? She's like, I hope to God that there were tons of mass shootings last night. And I know that there were, because it's the United States. I hope they get shot up again. I fucking hate these people, dude. The sum totality of everything is that, like, dumb shit like this is what they're creating. Like, they want big, stupid, awful families. Big, fat, stupid families that work at a very low wage, and they won't ask for very much. They see somebody like me who's like, I need lots of money. I know how everything works, and I fucking hate you people for not keying me in, for stealing my goddamn money and watching it. Like, apparently is how it went. Like, my trust in government is so negative, beyond negative, that I'm glad that happened. Radicalized. Well, who radicalized them? It was probably you fucking idiots. Like, every goddamn person that does any violent thing, I support them over I supporting an innocent person in the United States at this point. Like, the act of aggression against me is unconscionable. Like, who should be attacked in such a fucking way? I just don't like the fucking video. I hate this guy's channel. I hate basically every YouTuber. It's all just dumb assholes that are trying to make money from your time. And in an ecosystem where your time is not valued, that does not work. Such a dumbass fucking thing to post. It's like, it's trying to make fun of me. What a fucking idiot. It's like, fucking get shot in the goddamn head serving me some offensive bullshit like that. Sitting there watching me as I know it is and saying absolutely nothing to me. It's the threat right there. Look at this garbage. It's just like, such a stupid fucking country, my God, man. I mean, like, I have to make a YouTube channel. I have to make money. I have to go live my life. People would just as soon kill you, apparently. Like, nobody agree. Nobody has any kind words for somebody who's like, I want to start a homestead and, you know, work on technological projects and, like, live a life and have animals and stuff. Like, anybody? Nobody. Not your own family, no employers, no random people on social media, not a single fucking person will address you in any way. Over a year, it's like, I want to fucking kill you people is a, no, like, what a joke, dude. I'm glad that we have freedom of speech in this country. And I'm glad that I'm allowed to voice my opinion, especially in a zero view, zero comment stream. It's like, here you go. Here's your record. Whenever you put people in isolation, stalk them, try to categorize them and prod them, like Cambridge Analytica. I should have, like, maybe I should have gotten in on the lawsuit with that stuff. There was a settlement, but like, I didn't accept the settlement because, you know, like dead cell, which would just be me, like a dead cell on the totality of everybody here, apparently. It's like on the organism that is civilization, like, you people are absolutely fucking up the hierarchy. Like, look at this dumb bullshit.
How are you?
It's like, nah, Whitey, you can't get a job, but like, you know, look at Latricia and Ikena and Las Vegas with Mr. Joe Biden, and, you know, billions of dollars for war, but like, don't criticize it or else you're a bad person. And then we're going to ban you. But we'll still work. It's just nobody will be able to see you or interact with you. This guy is the worst too. Like, what a fucking moron. I can't believe he's still going. It's Principal Anderson. What a fucking boring idiot. This guy's such an idiot. Oh my god, man. And yeah, like this douchebag has viewers and comments, and nobody fucking wants to listen to what he has to say, right? Like, people still show up and make an appearance and are known. You know, this guy gets addressed. This guy gets addressed. Some people, they get addressed whenever they post things. Some people, they don't, right? And every amount of this is still being used to like categorize and stalk people because it's human trafficking. It's fucking dumb as hell. Like, get the fuck out of my feed. What a stupid fucking thing to put here. It's like they're trying to imply, like, if, you know, I'm still vaping or vape or quit vaping, dude, you know, it's like, I don't use nicotine at all. I have not used nicotine. Pissed off with this shit. Have to go back quite a ways. This guy, like, I just get sick of it. Like, I wouldn't want to watch this right now. Like, why would I, like, stop and watch some dumb science fiction thing? No offense, but, like, you'd be insane to, like, sit around watching this. Like, this recommendation is no good. The way this is functioning is no good. I need money to be able to afford a fucking life. And I know how much money is actually really a lot of money and how much is not. You know, like, I didn't walk out a multi-billionaire because this terrorist economy will leave it such that companies can steal your shit. But I was around for, you know, double-digit BTC, like, fully cogent of this potential. I'm angry as hell. What a fucking awful country. You can literally just get on, in America, the place where they say that you supposedly have, like, free speech and free internet as opposed to suppressed internet in China. You can get on and stream for like 50 hours straight, just straight up, like 50-hour stream. You can stream 24/7 for days and weeks, and you can talk like political concepts. You know, like, is there anybody out there? Is there any discovery? Is there anything going on? Like, what can I do? I'm trying to, like, work. I'm trying to do things. I have a vision for myself, and I'm trying to work. Like, nobody, nothing, anything. You go to China, fucking try doing that and being unaddressed for weeks at a time. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They would send in somebody to talk to you immediately. And that is why the United States is a terrible terrorist country. It's like the way that they're handling this stuff, they're just stalking everybody. Stalk, profile, categorize, like, and then try to like manipulate and human traffic them into some sort of garbage job where you can get income from being the, uplink. Wow, that's so cool that I don't give a fuck because I don't have any money to do anything I want to do. It's like, that just sounds fucking stupid to me. It just makes me go like, oh, congratulations. Like, I would shoot you in a heartbeat. Nice fucking mushroom computer. That's cool. Have you ever heard of the Communist Revolution? Like why they did that? Because they had no money. They had no resources. Do you have any idea what it's like to live like that? It's like, wow, I have a new studio now. Just shoot him dead. Obviously not, but driving the point. It's like, what do you expect people to do whenever they don't have the capacity to just do basic things? Like, you just want to go, like, get a car and drive somewhere and then, like, have money to, like, spend on room and board. Maybe, like, get some kind of, hobby to mess around on. You need some throwaway money, like, not just a little bit, like thousands of dollars to just be a real adult human in the United States. Like, everybody knows how this shit works. Like, there's a basic minimum that you need to throw to people. And we're over here giving people billions of dollars, shooting random people, like suing cities for like looking at you the wrong way. Some people do. And then other people, it's just like stalk people, categorize them, neglect them, and make it so they can't even afford food. Just literally kill them. It's like, at that point, you would go join an army and kill the oppressor, right? Like, so something has to change. It's pretty easy, and it's not that like difficult to see what that is. You just give the person the fucking interviews. Your dumbass garbage corporations with your fake ass fucking jobs, or just put me through to real people. At a minimum, there's so many little things that can be done that are not being done. These companies create such absolutely fucking trash products. I hate this shit right now. Like, I could not get excited for that or like that at all. I just see it as a useless waste of fucking time. It's like, here's this dumb asshole getting paid a lot of money and being given favorable social credit rating for making a stupid fucking animation. Fucking dumb as hell. Stupid as fuck. I hope that this guy gets shot in the fucking head. Like, I don't care that you lost your arm, dude. I'm sorry. Like, I've already seen this video. Like, I just don't care. I have like 4 channels and I have to like do this on all of them, I suppose. But it's like your algorithm is just like, here's this guy again. I don't care. How can it not like be more intelligent at ranking recommendations? I hate seeing people who game with disabilities because it's honestly just like, you don't. Like, you can't. Like, if I like lost an arm, like, you're not gonna see me like, here's me playing World of Warcraft with my accommodation. You know, like, I'm just not gonna do that. I'd watch people play World of Warcraft. Yeah, I would not even begin to try to do something so stupid. There's so many fucking games that would just immediately be not worth playing. Like, in any universe. Maybe you play like strategy games and stuff that requires like card games. You can use one arm and play a card game. There's no point in trying to play a lot of other things out there that exist. And it's fucking dumb as hell. Yeah, dog wakes up barking. It's like, well, when you need money and then you don't get the fucking money, and then you don't get the money some more, and then you just continue to not get the money. It's like, you know, having all of your crypto stolen from you, and being cheated by these companies, and having a government which maliciously does not help, actively like goes out of its way to create regulatory confusion and enable environments for corruption, right? And thieving, literal thieving, just stealing. I don't even know what the fuck you're supposed to do, man. I hope I would just I would really like to see like a kamikaze flyover at like a football game, right? So they do like the flyovers in the stadiums. I'd love to see somebody just like absolutely destroy a crowd. If you could just like detonate an entire stadium. Yeah, what I see here is they're creating a big generation of like, you know, here are the people in the thinking group, and then here are the people who are in the thinking group, and it's like they're pair bonding, hating Palestinian type people, right? So it's like, so for self advancement, it's very fashionable in the circle to be like, get out of here. We got some bad folks in here. We got to get rid of those people. People try to make everything so serious, you know, like the mob of conformity. It's like if you stand out in any way or are construable in any way towards anything, you know, they don't like unique individual personalities. They like paper thin, weak personalities that like never offend and take to all popular opinion and are like terrified of criticism. What a stupid fucking video. Like every goddamn thing that I see here is just like fucking dumb as hell. Like, I don't know who the fuck you think I am or what the fuck you think I watch on this platform. It's like ARM is like the first. Yeah, there you go. I already seen it though. Definitely seen this channel, of course. We'll just have infinitely bad recommendations. I could not care less about Palestine. We're creating terrorist organizations in our own government by like stalking and profiling individuals and feeding them into this like intelligence algorithm, which is objectively awful because it creates outcomes like this. Like, what the fuck do you think? Do you need any more proof that everything you're doing does not work? It's like the worst video to ever be created on this platform. Like, what a fucking joke. 175,000 jobs digging ditches were added. That's about correct. It's like, there's a lot more than 175,000 people out there that are like not happy with their job, or I'm not fighting for everybody, I'm fighting for myself. So I don't really fucking care what the fuck this means at the end of the day, okay? Like, there are a lot of stupid people out there. I do not care. I don't want to be in the job market. I want to be in the job market as an employer. Like, okay, like, I want this to be so just as irrelevant to me as it is to all these people who report on this shit, okay? Everybody that reports on fucking job markets and unemployment rates and all this other fucking garbage, they are completely insulated from any realities of that, okay? What a fucking joke, dude. Oh my fucking God, man. It's like they say they would add 175,000 jobs. So that means that 175,000 people entered the workforce. 175,000 job listings, like job openings. Because like the problem is there's like literally billions of job listings. Millions of them are fake, including ones that you apply directly to the employer. If you go and you apply to Fortune 500 companies, okay, every single one of them has like 1,000 plus job listings, right? Like at any given time, and they don't intend to fill them. Like, they just straight up do not intend to fill them. And it's like musical chairs with a bunch of fucking garbage, and you're way late to the party. These people, they shuffle from awful business to awful business, doing absolutely fucking nothing and picking up a check, failing upwards over a procession of like 30 fucking years. And then you show up and you're like, all right, well, I'm like in the range to be able to play here. And it seems like you fucked the board up completely and there's no point in playing. Not by your traditional way of playing it, you know what I mean? It's like you just have to earn, like the idea of like earning, a modest income and then saving and working your way up and snowballing. No, you walk in and you say, give me millions of dollars now because I know what the fuck is actually up. Like, fuck you. It's like you gotta be paying like hundreds of thousands of dollars, not like tens of thousands of dollars, which is what most of these positions are still trying to do, right? Like, adds 175,000 jobs paying under $175,000, under $75,000, really, under 100,000, under 75, under $57,000. Probably quite a few of them. It's like, oh yeah, we added 1,500 new Walmart greeters. You shouldn't have created a YouTube channel. Like, fuck off, Linus. Like, what a no. Like, nobody wants to just completely watch some douchebag, make billions of dollars on tech, and like, it's like once in a blue moon you have some product worth showcasing. Got more than enough attention on your stream, and you can go find your news somewhere else. Fuck that. So like in order for him to succeed, you have to continue to watch. You know what I mean? If you ever stop watching, they start to fail. Same thing for every content creator. Same thing, especially somebody that doesn't have like a core audience or anybody. Like not showing up or giving them anything is monstrous, really. Like fuck all you people. Absolute fucking garbage. Uh, I hate this series. I think that it's fucking stupid. I think that all this shit is overproduced garbage. I think Fallout is probably fucking trash too. Their acting is probably dog shit. They have no drama. There's no fictional universe you can create which is more dramatic than real life. You know what I mean? Like people need resources really badly and are dying all around you at all points. I'm just like, okay, fucking children, you goddamn idiots. Enjoy your stupid fucking TV shows. Here's this dumbass again. See what I mean? It's like, I'm fucking sick of it, dude. Fast food is literally poison, like trying to kill you. And I can't believe that it's gotten this far. People are pretty fucking stupid. Yeah, how's the billionaires doing checking in on Mr. Beast? Like, what a fucking douchebag. Who the fuck cares about this guy? You know what I mean? It's like algorithms, people started view botting and then algorithms just artificially favor view botters from like a decade ago. That's just how it works. Just the dumbest fucking people. Who the fuck cares? Why the hell would you recommend me that? Just like all the shit is stupid as fuck. I want a extension that I don't, instead of this thing being here, I click something else. It's just one button, and then it adds like to a pie hole. Just like it will never ever exist again on my network. Just like get the fuck out of here. Like this shit right here. Like shut the fuck up. Like ain't sorry for shit. If you were sorry, you'd show the fuck up and give me my goddamn money. Say something, do something, you goddamn son of a bitch. It's 100% the real me right here on Restless Ambitions right now. It is 1:07:23 p.m. East Coast, 5524. No AI. I hate this guy's channel. Like, I would never want to fucking watch that trash. I pretty much try to use this one for viewing, and I'm like, and then I just try to ignore those, is what I was doing. But now that I'm here, like, look at this dumb bullshit. Like, what a fucking idiot. Like, you should, like, go ahead and not recommend me that. I honestly don't really like Count Dankula at all. It's like, I can't think of, like, there were a few of the Mad Lads or whatever. A couple of those stories were interesting because he was, like, pretty early. But then over the years, it's like, they're not, like, I don't ever find myself wanting to watch, like, a 40-minute video by that guy. Just, like, get bored immediately. Yeah. And like my World of Warcraft is probably completely fucked. There are a ton of World of Warcraft players that love to report people and block people, create huge block lists. There are so many pretentious douchebags in that fucking game. And if you have a really old account, like, you know, the odds of shit like that happening. And also just like getting reported for spamming, like something you in Classic they would have no like say filter, so you could say /say spam or /yell spam like 50, 60 times. It was tremendously distracting and kind of effective at like impeding people during Alterac Valley like rushes. But then you also get reported by 40 people at once. The second that you hit a premium, like once they found that out, it stopped working. It worked for like a day or two. It's like the first time I got mass reported, it was like, yeah, because they just instant kick. They just take the word of anybody. There's no consideration given to your case. It's not like, oh, okay, just don't spam now. Okay, that's all right, I won't spam. You know, you could do that, or you could just like completely restrict somebody's speech because they got reported by a lot of people at once. And that would cost money to send a person to look at the case. So you could just have a chat bot that just circulates back towards, yeah, well, no, it's staying. We have, well, what do you mean? We have 40 people that reported you right here. Yeah, you spammed. So that means that all of your other speech is illegitimate, and clearly you would never just like take a warning. That would be way too sensible. That's the nature of real life. You know, like, it's just fucking stupid. We're creating systems which are inherently anti-human, and I just fucking kill as many people as I could, man. I hate the United States for this. What a terrible place to live. And that's James O'Keefe's talk about yeah, they would withhold information from Trump and lie to him and stuff, spy on him. It's like he's just another person. Like what they're doing to Trump, they're doing to us as well. Like he said that You know, it's kind of gimmicky, but it's true. I mean, it's just like they're these assholes with their fucking digital ivory towers here. Think that they're privy to everybody's lives, all their time, everything they do.
His team. And that's how we found out that.
And then they owe you absolutely nothing. You know, in fact, they'd probably rather stand to see you not accomplish things. It should be zero. It should be negative. Like, you should be imprisoned for circulating that garbage. And they should be creating alternative systems which are like pro-human and pro-social. But I don't have any faith for that. Because she's an annoying bitch. She just is. Like, everybody hates her because she's just annoying as fuck. I don't even know that much about her. I've seen her like speak once or twice. Funny. That's kind of cringe.
Anyway, let me know what you think in the comments about this. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
With the Russians.
And as any good spy would do,
I don't, something about the way this guy looks just like makes me just go like, what the fuck? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
he makes it clear that, quote, this conversation
It's like, grow some facial hair. What's wrong with you? Why do you like this? James O'Keefe.
didn't happen.
This conversation didn't happen.
Of course.
I strictly deny it.
Any details. Fasisi also spilled
He just looks like such a pasty white, like, pale, like, I don't know. There's something about, he's like a fake person, you know? It's like, I'm pretty sure this is two midgets in a trench coat pretending to be a white guy.
bills that all the intelligence agencies thought that President Trump was a, quote, fucking dumbass and would disclose information, unquote.
And it's also like his stupid style of reporting, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying really hard to be professional. And, it's like investigative journalist. If you're an investigative journalist, then like you don't need to tell people that you're an investigative journalist. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And he's got like the background here with O'Keefe Media Group. I mean, like, it is professional, but at the same time, it's like obnoxiously like, I am professional. You know what I mean?
When asked how do you keep information from President Trump, our subject says, quote, don't give it to him.
We kept information from him.
And then this is like just some random dude who contracted with some random other guy, you know, like some random other agency. And then he's on this date with this girl. He's just some random dude. And then she's like, so what do you do for work? You know, and then like keeps on asking all sorts of leading questions. And then O'Keefe's here was like, bombshell. We got Alex Jones here. And, you know, this proves that. I mean, like, he did say some stuff. I don't know, but it's just like, didn't you already infer that they probably did keep stuff? I mean, it is kind of a crime, I suppose, in the way that they put it, but like, also not. I don't know. The United States president is not what it used to be.
There are some people that do love him inside.
And JFK and stuff like that. They were talking on a live stream, you know, I watched part of the live stream. They were Alex Jones and James O'Keefe were talking about this like story.
Gotten a lot of human CIA.
Yeah, they have, and that's pretty fucking funny, you know. Like, I just have no sympathy whenever like life is like this. Like, you can be involved in this kind of stuff and like pay attention to it and be of no importance to these people whatsoever. Like, not even like in the most like minimalist sense of fulfilling like societal obligations to everybody. There's no such thing, you know, like people aren't in any way caring. I would never watch Markiplier. I hate that guy's channel. I always have, dude. There's so very few people that play games that actually produce something which is like semi worth watching.
This morning we are taking.
Yeah, here's, in case you're not familiar with the mass timber movement. It's very, very wealthy multimillionaires and billionaires cutting down all of the fucking trees and then making it so that you can't have any trees. And then trying to price you out of life. They want to shoot you and throw you in the gravel pit.
This morning we.
Make sure we dislike this, right? Because fuck them. Yeah, I'm not believing anything positive about that. So this dude, who the fuck wants to watch this guy? Like, there's no way he's got 750, 63 viewers or whatever it is. Like, if that's a comfortable number for this guy, then like, great. Maybe he actually does have that much. He's probably had that many viewers. You know what I mean? Like, he probably does have people that click in on his like news video things. But like, I don't fucking care about this guy. Like, I want him to be able to have his career, you know? It's nice to be able to be like, oh, hey, what's up, bro? Maybe, you know, in a world that's like actually functioning correctly. Just to be able to be like, oh, there's that guy. Yeah, I know that guy. All right, cool. But like, you know, realistically, is he going to have like a ton of viewers all the time? No. Does he need them? No. He should be a strong enough person. Are these view bots or just like boring people? How much do they actually matter? Few kids stop in, or, you know, occasionally whenever you have real discoverability. I don't know, man. I don't really fucking care, but like, I would never really watch this. Like, why would you watch this? It's like, go do something. Like, you record it. I can understand why you record it. You know, you're creating a lobby, you're allowing people to come in, you have live interaction. You're doing it anyways, might as well record it so you can say like, oh yeah, I did this thing. You can see it over there, you know. And you like just kind of scroll through and see a list of games that you played, or, you know, I don't know. It's worth recording, but not necessarily watching. It's worth being there in real time and speaking to the person. But if you don't do that, then a live stream is just a live recording, and it's just you know. I don't even know. Garbage jobs have taken over. No, a terrorist government has taken over. You know what I mean? It's like literally terrorism. These people stalk individuals and then try to give them the lowest amount of money possible.
This after school.
Yeah, all of these malignant narcissists all around us. So shut the fuck up. Don't tell me to shut up anything. I'm putting shut up in my feed. I doubt it.
This is the story of the week.
He looks like a complete
The universe
moron.
For the first time ever, carbon-bearing molecules like methane and CO2 in its atmosphere, and did not detect other molecules like ammonia, which said that it's likely to have an ocean underneath the atmosphere. But we also saw a tentative sign of this.
Your description, as I've read.
So even like Okay, so it's like another one of these, like, oh, we saw the signs of life. There was like ammonia. Yeah, there was ammonia. Like, okay, cool. You didn't see like a cell or anything. You found ammonia. Shocked the US. This is probably going to be like really laughable.
It is capable of making spectrum, but also
Fucking stupid video.
is attempted to be made based on metamaterials.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay.
Even prototypes for creating invisible materials. However, as reported by Euric Alert, a group of researchers from the University of Extremadura, Spain, has recently been able to demonstrate a technology for electromagnetic object masking based on the refractive properties of certain substances. Currently, the main existing technologies for creating invisibility rely on covering the object with a special substance. Spanish scientists, on the other hand, propose initially adding special additives to the details and materials of the required structures. The researchers use the latest technology called plasma cloaking, which makes not only the covering material but also the object itself invisible. The electromagnetic invisibility effect is achieved by filling the structures with special materials with high dielectric and magnetic properties. Thus, the new method allows achieving invisibility of an object without using any external interventions. Moreover, invisibility using fillers allows the object to interact with its environment without interference from external masking. At the moment, the technique is only applicable to small objects, but the authors of the study believe that it can be improved in the future to be used on larger structures.
So there's the real story.
Second version is
And then all the rest of this is like just your traditional garbage.
in with the landscape, and the hunter hides inside. Naturally, you can't fool a person with such tricks, but this technology works perfectly with animals. Here is a true illusion created by automotive company Mercedes-Benz.
Let's go to Twitch. Let's see. Anyway, let's actually
Wait, are we still? No. They switched to defense already. Are we still okay? Any exo off the top. Any exo off the top. Oh, come on. Don't normal summon. Don't Yes! Okay. Alright. Maybe. 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 No!
why is he putting infinite imperm in an Exodia deck? I don't know what these Exo Sisters really do. Mike Matei.
Echo makes car insurance easy. As easy as getting stuffed up during allergy season.
Before all the pollen, I used to stop and smell everything. The smell of fresh cut grass, my coffee in the morning, the hot.
What a stupid fucking ad. Oh my god, man.
That was at least entertaining.
Like, I would never use Claritin. Like, I don't get that kind. I don't get allergies. I don't have any of that. But yeah, they're probably like blindly trying to steal money from my parents because they've spent money on Claritin in the past. You know what I mean? This like blind hunter is like like forcing me to like watch Claritin propaganda because they're like, where's my money? Somebody gave me money over here. I'm throwing pennies in the general direction, trying to echolocate another Claritin sale. And it's like, fuck you. Like, I don't use Claritin. I have a negative brand opinion of Claritin. I don't need your fucking advertisement. Yeah, see, I'm staking my soul here. I'm like doing everything.
The attributes you're showing are like the
on film, recording it, putting myself out there, taking a huge risk in this.
What makes it guilty gear? What's guilty gear about it? Is it?
And not even a single individual can do so kindly as to acknowledge my existence.
Totally do. Okay. One more duel, and then we're gonna be in platinum, and then we're gonna do viewer duels. I want to. By the way, I am building Rescue Ace actually. I just need some stuff left.
Okay, that's about enough of
But I
that.
am building Rescue Ace. I do want to actually see how it's played because I've been getting the cards naturally from the Chimera deck, the Chimera packs. So I know I'm missing like the key cards.
See, this is why this game fucking sucks. You see this right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That represents like 8. That represents like 40, 50 bucks. That's like $50, $60 right there. And if you know how this game works, like, no. Like, just no. That's retarded. Like, you'd be lucky to get like 7 ultras for... And you do get gems and you can play it for free. And especially like whenever you make your account, they give away a lot to like jumpstart it. And then they hope that you buy gems and stuff. And if you make money streaming it, maybe it like makes sense to buy in some, but like not that many people do. The game's not that good either. Like it's not that good, period, because it's Yu-Gi-Oh! And Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not that good. Because it's way too complicated and expensive. But then it's also not that good because it's Master Duel. And the animations take way too long. The matchmaking, people disconnect a lot. Like people have issues with their like connections. And there's a lot of bots. And the bots play weird decks that destroy the gameplay. And then there's no best of 3. There's no best of 3. So huge fan of the like original and mid game. Like I'm a huge fan of the game even still with all this stuff. I'm just really disappointed fan of the game. No best of 3 side decking and everything being a huge money cash grab. Even in the digital format. The digital format is supposed to be where you don't really have to spend money to incentivize people to play the physical card game. That was the original pricing structure of digital Yu-Gi-Oh! From Konami. But then they changed it up to these gacha games. And they really just lean into whales and their long-term fan base rather than trying to be universally like appealable. They don't really want universal appeal, because that's what happens if every card in the game you could just like basically make it for free, or like the barrier to like creating decks was extremely low. It cost basically nothing. A subscription fee maybe. I don't know. Just disappointing.
One is White Lord. Level 1 light and has an amazing mill effect for the deck. And you can reborn a Skull Servant or King of the Skull Servant from your graveyard when he's in the graveyard. Super, super good. I love this guy. I love this deck. Can't wait to play it in gold. We're going to try to rank up with Skull Servant going second in just a...
I used to play Skull Servant, like whenever they got King of the Skull Servants, but like nothing else. So like all you had was like 3 Skull Servants, 3 King of the Skull Servants, and you do things that mill. So like card destruction and maybe like a card trooper. But I probably didn't have card trooper in that. But you know, things like that. Just like stuff that would let you mill them. You do Magical Merchant. Magical Merchant, Skull Servant would be kind of trolly. And you just have like Monster Reborn. It's like you Magical Merchant once and then you cheat out like a 3,000, 4,000 attack monster. Not very good by modern standards, but back in the day, that would be enough to like win a game, maybe. Anyways, I don't really want to watch this. I'm fucking bored of this. Let's get out of here. So I don't need to watch this. I don't find it funny. It doesn't like improve my mood. It just makes me like annoyed, and it makes me not like the company that's trying to steal my time. I kind of do wish that I lived back then, because then you would send in your resume and stuff like through mail, maybe even. You know, like you do it through email, but maybe also through mail. And then you'd have like a in-person physical interview, and people just formed connections in different ways than they do now. And there would be no such thing as this cup. There would be no universe where I would possibly be live streaming to no response, because I wouldn't be live streaming because there was no such thing. Like living in like the 90s or 80s as an adult, you know, and, you know, making an early career in electronics, programming, gaming, technology, some sort of industry. But here we are, and it's just like literal terrorism against the individual. Like people are trying to shut you out of life. And everybody's like, the humans have had enough airtime. We don't need them anymore. Everything is hyper competitive for resources. Like kill your neighbor for their resources. Back then, everything was a lot more mellow. There's no hopping in between random people's live streams. It's just cable television. Okay. Let's play the roulette like one more time. Like what's it gonna recommend me? Is there gonna be any recommendation? Did TikTok ruin YouTube? I think YouTube ruined itself. They tried to boost authoritative sources, and they thought that they knew better than viewer behavior. They didn't. Viewer behavior was naturally finding its own thing through the existing algorithm, and now they destroyed it by artificially boosting and prioritizing people. They assign you social credit ratings. Like this has a social credit rating. They like have a very complex algorithm which like goes like, okay, this guy watched Abroad in Japan like X days ago, and he saw this amount of time, and he also saw this, and he watches local news. He watched something from Tampa Bay 13 all the way through. Maybe he'll like this video. You know, this has the tags of SEO stuff. He looked at SEO stuff. We'll give him this SEO video. And punishment as process, right?
About what we had discovered
Yeah.
in the Iraq War.
Like this is like torture for no reason. It's like, what is my sin here? Like nothing. Like, yeah, it's all kind of true. I don't really know. I don't know too terribly much about Julian Assange. I don't really trust this individual. All I know is my own experience, and it does kind of align with what he said, yes. Like, these people want to torture people, apparently. Like,
approximately $15,000 per.
I'm not your fucking test subject. Like, I need my money to get down the road and do my thing. Like, thank you very fucking much.
Lawyers being spied on, about our supporters being spied on, about supportive journalists being spied on, about other aspects of its investigation against us and its attempts to prosecute WikiLeaks and its staff would compromise that investigation and that attempt to prosecute us, and therefore not a single document can be released. Now, of course, it is an absurdity that every single person who's been swept up that investigation still remains a suspect. It is an absurdity that every piece of evidence or witness statements having been obtained still would materially affect the attempts.
I'd believe that, like, Ecuador sold Julian Assange for $2 billion. Yeah, when you get asylum, it's really just they're like trying to like sell you. You know what I mean? It's human trafficking. Like, we have to understand countries for what they are. They're countries. They're literally just like a human population that you farm.
In the case, as to whether they really would affect the course of that investigation, or the matters that revealed abuses in that investigation should be disclosed to the public. So this is an extraordinary statement showing the slaughter of Reuters journalists in Baghdad and more than a dozen.
And I'm pretty sure that if I like looked a little bit more like Heels versus Babyface or like some of these other WoW players, and if I didn't have this like unique political, technological perspective and background, if I were just like a basic WoW simp, you know what I mean? They'd show up and they'd be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going, buddy? You playing World of Warcraft?" You know what I mean? They'd like come play with me, right? We'd be friends because I would be your basic WoW simp that just wants enough pretendies in his apartment, right? But no, I'm like, I have opinions and I have, you know, like ambitions, and I want things which are expensive, and I'm not happy, and I'm not like this basic like, "Oh, hey, how's it going, guys? Great day. Thanks so much for the bits, guys. The $5. Wow, gee willikers." You know, like I don't have the opportunity to, for one. Like some people, they're a little bit too Mickey Mouse with it. You feel what I mean? They're like, you have to be like super positive and have like no amount of masculinity or opinionation about yourself. They're like forcing a conformity that is literally just like sit there, smile, never, ever, ever act unhappy, and play the video game. Speak only about what you've seen other people speaking about recently within the last 24 hours that has yielded money for those people. You know what I mean? Like, only discuss current topics. Like, you know what I mean? Did TikTok ruin YouTube?
Would you believe me if I said
Probably, because like people just go over there and watch things now, and the thing is, they're like silly little videos. Girls, when I was like younger, like they used YouTube a little bit, you know, differently. Some of them, the ones where I saw like got some insight into how they were like back in the day, like they, you know, they watch a lot of like sketch comedy type stuff, you know, like funny things, right? Like they like you know, these kind of people like this. He like picked good, you know. just like short little stuff like this. So it fits like, yeah, like a huge portion of the audience of what made YouTube like discoverability and like the whole like thing what it is. Like there was this huge schism between these weird YouTube people who are like chronically online, you know, like for better or worse, that's how everybody is. I don't necessarily agree with that terminology of like chronically online. That's implying there's a problem with that, and there really isn't, as long as you're like your social narrative and your economic narrative and everything is set cleanly, right? Then like you're good, right? If it's not, then it's not really healthy, because it's like this, it's like, I need money, like what the fuck is up? Like I'm capable of doing a lot of different things, but you know, matchmaking is a bitch. And yeah, people just they watch stuff on this thing. They don't want to watch YouTube. So yeah, it ruined YouTube mostly just by diverting a huge amount of the audience, thus kind of negating a certain cultural impact of the platform. And YouTube became a lot of failed small channels in a stagnant pool that doesn't really have like the youth and like young blood. It does. It's just like, you know, TikTok is like a fusion of Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, right? So it's kind of like the everything that the very young people can go to. And the fact that they're very short gives people a lot of room for failure and success on, like, you know what I mean? You don't have to do all that much significant.
One of the main reasons some of your favorite...
But yeah, they're just like psyoping all these different people. They're running all sorts of psychological operations, manipulating people's viewpoints and stuff subtly through like algorithm suggestions. And they're getting it down to a science for at least like a large percentage of people, but a lot of it, it's not. A lot of people aren't so simplistic, you know. But just like imagine the kind of things that this guy watches to end up that morbidly obese, you know, and doing the eggy dance. I mean, like maybe he was always going to be that way. Maybe, you know, don't get me wrong. And like in a certain sense, there's nothing wrong with being that person. Right. But like at the same time, like you can't say that he's like our most viable specimen. Right. Maybe for sumo wrestling, or being a hockey goalie, which I have a huge rant about that if anybody wants to listen to it. I think it's a really fucking good idea, and I think it'd be really funny. Get somebody from My 600 Pound Life, you give them, you know, the goalie gloves and the goalie pads on their legs, and, you know, the goalie stick, and you just like stick them in the net, in the goalie net on an ice hockey rink, right? Like, you ain't going to be able to get past him, bro. He's going to tilt up the entire net. There's going to be no space which is not covered by this guy's flesh and padding. It'd be hilarious. So yeah, he could just be like the world's dopest hockey goalie. So I don't want to like diss him too much. Maybe he's a sumo wrestler, or, you know, it's just like some people get trapped in cycles like that. They have this guy over here. So yeah, everybody goes on here, and it's a way of like monetizing individuals on like a 5-second, 10-second basis. And then communistic type people can segment and divert attention away to certain people, away from others, you know. And that's how we are. Content moderators act as, you know, it's like they're like they think that they have like they know what they're doing, and they're like doing everything with the best intentions and being good people. But the truth is that you're doing a complete hack job, just absolutely like butchering natural human like sociological phenomena, right? So instead of people just kind of like discovering each other through like proximity and word of mouth and like achievement and like notoriety through whatever means, right? We have this like artificial, like, you consume X amount of your day paying attention to these parasocial relationships where you've never met the person, never seen them, nobody you know knows about them, nobody you know cares about them. If you tried to like get them to be, you know what I mean? And like you're just watching their video because production value and yada yada yada, something, you know, watching TV when you're young probably like puts you in such a way. So yeah, you have to have natural discoverability. You have to have like real actual discoverability. It doesn't stop when like people don't choose to like watch you. Like I can't believe that YouTube would recommend, like I can see the impressions, right? That, so how many times it's been recommended to people as a potential candidate for them to watch it. Much in the same way, every time I refresh here, there's a certain population of videos which appear on the screen, and it tracks if I click them or not and all this other stuff. And there's some sort of algorithm given to rate whether or not something will appear. There's no sort of like new creators section. That should be a thing. There should be like a live streams with under X views. And you can probably create like a web scraper. I could probably create a web scraper that would like go find every live stream with under X views. You can check the register, you know, like the something in how they do the URLs or like how they serve the content. I don't know where the lead would be. I could do something like that. It would take me a long time and it wouldn't be worth it. Right? They need to have that as like a legislated option. The fact that people need like a tool to bring back the dislike counter so that you can see whether or not something is favorable or disfavorable in people's eyes. They don't want people to stop watching things on the basis that other people don't like them, or have people hate mob people, or bots, you know. I favor a social media platform where you have to verify your like legal identity. I think that it should be that way for YouTube, really. And especially once you do verify your legal identity, not being addressed directly is even more horrendous, right? Like, it's like you put in, you know that you're like a real person, that this is your legal identity, that you are actually who you are.
So appeasing its many new creators labeled TikTok influencers and incentivize even more creators to join. So in 2020, they created something called the TikTok Creator Fund, a $1 billion allotment functioning as a static pool of money to pay creators for their successful content. With the
Right. So, just go to TikTok. I should really just like it kind of sucks being able to stream on TikTok though. Like it takes time to be able to like, you have to get followers and views and stuff. It's kind of like getting partnered. You can't just like stream on TikTok. So like playing WoW or something like that is more difficult. I could like post shorts, I suppose, but who really wants to go try to like get all of that notoriety? See, I'm not some idiot like this, right? See, like the difference between me and this guy, I think a lot of people would have more sympathy for the guy that's like calling themselves Shadiversity. And he's like trying to make, he has this, no. Like, fuck that shit. Me, Restless Ambitions, this is what's up. Like, I'm not saying like, how dare YouTube kill my channel? I can't make a career out of this. I'm saying, how dare YouTube not allow the creation of a channel? I can't speak to anybody. Like, I can't get employment. I can't do any of this other stuff. Like, how many hoops do you have to jump through? I think that it should be legislated that if you apply to a company, if they're going to post a job listing, if somebody applies to that and like maybe like you could make like a government act include like a way to take their I don't even know, dude, like process their social. We've talked about creating identity tokens with crypto and stuff that mask certain details to people as they like interact with them, right? So you give your private information without giving your private information, just verifies certain details. I don't know. You could set up and imagine any number of systems, but something that basically means that when you apply as a real human being, you must be given at least like a 5 or 10 minute like conversation consideration about like just like a frank like this is the company's like whatever, and you really should consider an applicant not for any individual role. Like whenever you apply to a role, it should be like a company wide consideration without any, because the problem is the job market has way too much uncertainty and you can't trust any of these listings. The platforms are garbage for applying and posting, and like fundamentally the company just like has no responsibility to behave that's trying to like hire people, right? And there are all of these predatory middlemen who stand in between you and your employer and like your work, and they don't give a fuck what you do, whether or not you're good for it's a good match or that you understand what you're signing on to or any of this other stuff. They just want their cut of whatever money you're going to make, right? And they charge for things like spamming with AI your name to a bunch of different companies. Stuff like that needs to be legislated out through actual fairness, right?
Doesn't change the fact he is.
But it's nepotism for the most part. If you don't message the hiring manager and be like, oh, I know so-and-so, then you're not doing it right. And that's unfortunate. That's actually how you're supposed to get a job, right? And to a degree, I can understand why that's good, but like not everybody can do that. Not everybody has that luxury of having that background like that.
Is right that shorts are clearly having a negative effect on the ecosystem. The stitchery and Chadiversity are just two.
And at a certain point, it's just non-viable to continue living. And it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. It means that society literally just is like not functioning correctly. Like, just look at so much garbage out there. Like, they'll put somebody like that woman there, if she applied for an internal role with some of these companies, they'll just be like, oh, sure, it's like more trouble than it's worth to like try to like suss it out. You just go like, okay, yeah, there's a certain like loss percentage. Like banks hire random people that they don't need because somebody has to employ them. Otherwise, they're going to die, right? Or they're going to have to go do something else, which is like incredibly not good. Like their condition deteriorates, right? That's like one of the huge functions of a bank. And whenever our banks stop doing that, that's when we have problem. Like the Great Depression in the United States, people were jumping out of banking towers, probably getting thrown out of banking towers. I'd bet you, more than even jumping. They just rewrite it, Anyways. But yeah, people couldn't get fucking jobs because all of a sudden, all these fascists with their like garbage come in and they like, have certain restrictions on things. They need a new working class, and it's like you create it by destroying the people that are like trying to achieve, basically, what do they call it? Like fire, whenever you like retire early, finance investment, retire early. So I have no fucking clue what it stands for, but that kind of has always been a phenomenon. There's always been people who are just like, Oh, what's up, bro? I'm just sitting around doing whatever because I don't got anything to do because I got so much money anyways. What are you doing? Those kind of people. There are a lot of people like that. In a certain sense, I like keep that kind of mantra. You want to be
explosion.
You want to have the locus of control in your own life. You don't want to be slaving away at a job that doesn't really benefit you. You want to be involved in an organization, not because you need money, but because you want to be involved with the organization. Right. And, it's a very difficult thing to achieve, but it's the truth. That's just the truth. You should be involved with things not for money, but because you want to be involved with them. And then money should be sufficient for you at that point, but you have to be very wealthy to do that.
Trying to ditch it. Why? Well, like many things in life.
So where are you going to get your seed funding?
Everything.
Should I spam people? They'll spam filter me. They'll probably
full circle. People being over.
So I don't even trust the fucking mailing system. I don't think that I can send a letter to somebody in this country.
To short social media changes do need to be made. To me, it's simple. What it really comes down to is perception. Things need to be looked at differently. In theory, a healthy creator economy.
Yeah, I hate the shorts. I hate the TikTok stuff. It's like Vine died, and like you need to be able to sustain a conversation with somebody. It's a bit like candy. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. But there will be some people that overdo it. And it definitely has a negative effect on the quality of everything. Seems like quantity has gone up and quality has gone down. Just across the board with digital media. Like everything you watch, it's just not that engaging. If you came into this stream and you started talking to me, oh my God, could you have a more interesting conversation? Right? Like a conversational partner, you have a very opinionated, it's like, you ask me anything right now. And instead we have literally not a single person anywhere even viewing, like nobody has even seen the thumbnail. After a certain point, like I just don't know how you expect people to react. Am I like the idea that it's like the onus on me to like create a description or like SEO? I tried the like video, like where was the service that does SEO optimization? I think it's Video or something. I don't know. Yeah, you can do all that, but they even say like whenever you start filling out word associations on your videos where you're doing SEO tagging, they say that it has a low impact on visibility or recommendations. So like it doesn't change anything. Like by their own wording, like they just like they throw that shit in the garbage. They stalk you and then they create a rating for you personally. And then that's what determines whether or not you get views. Has absolutely fucking nothing to do with like tagging. Their AI like word seeking shit can come up with its own fucking tags. 6 stages of losing your like fuck you. What a stupid fucking like you know how inhuman it is to like just put something like that there and say nothing to somebody. Like the obsolete man, but I'm actually not, the total like in season, not obsolete in the least man that just wants to like have a come up, and it's like, no. Yeah.
Let's record.
When to quit YouTube? I'll never fucking quit YouTube. I'll never create video creation. If I quit YouTube, I'm going to another platform. And then I'm coming back and I'm going to like destroy YouTube. Like what a fucking awful country, man.
Time I spend I know that for my own channel, despite having a subtitle,
Like, I have to create records of myself somehow. I have to do something for my own sake. Like,
grow your artistic skills. So anyway, because my channel is not what I consider successful, I'm taking my own advice and I'm pivoting. Right now, I'm doing 1-hour consultations at 150 Canadian dollars each, which
sounds like lighting money on fire. I hope that you, like, die. Like, I don't fucking care. Sounds fucking stupid.
work. Number 7.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly fine never seeing that dumbass again in my life. When to quit YouTube. Just like, how is that even fair? It's just like, no, we don't want you. Nah, like, you're not wanted. It's not true. You know, the old YouTube, the lyrics of the anthem were, you know, don't believe when they say nobody wants you. You know, that's one of the lyrics. Don't believe them when they say nobody wants you. Don't believe a word they say. Which is the fucking truth. It's like obviously, oh, this is the guy that quit Linus Tech Tips, isn't it? Or is it? I don't know. Wasn't that? Yeah, he quit Linus Tech Tips. When to quit YouTube? Yeah, it's a really bad move quitting Linus Tech Tips unless you couldn't avoid quitting it. It's probably better money than you're gonna make on your own.
The kids were in here with the fluff critters from living inside.
I don't know, man. I don't care.
Does anyone recognize that tune?
God fucking damn, dude.
Stops right there. We didn't even.
Great, cool.
This happens to me. You know, the Terran way is to not drink coffee and to bike everywhere. And now you may have noticed that this video is 4 hours long, so thank you for clicking. Using both of those.
Yeah, you may have noticed that this video is 1 hour and 52 minutes long, so thank you for not acknowledging my existence whenever I try to contact the outside world for years at a time. That's great. I love that.
So anyway, Coder and Prelude. So good on them for doing that. That was very nice of them to visit, but
it's really awesome living in a terroristic technological dystopian hell. I fucking love it, dude.
I had no idea. You don't have them. You don't need them.
I just can't even begin to, like, I have no reason to be alive. Like, what the fuck is the point of living? Like, people just don't understand how completely inhumane acting this way towards somebody is. Like, what the fuck are you expecting me to do from this situation? Like, I want to detonate every goddamn bomb on this fucking planet. I hate this fucking country. What a terrible place. Fucking stupid country. Disgusting hellscape of trash, of horrible people. I would really rather live anywhere other than New York City. Just about. It's like, fucking kill yourself, you dumb bitch. I don't want to watch your dumbass fucking channel where you talk about the American dream dying or whatever. I want to make money. And this video is here and it will work towards my advantage because people will agree. I think people can understand inherent fairness and the basic concept of somebody attempting to contact the outside world and then being shut off. I think that people can relate and understand that. It may not be easy to find the people, but once they do get word of it and they understand it and they like truly like internalize it, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's really fucked up. And actually like the most reasonable, sane person to ever exist to be able to tolerate such abuse. What a fucking joke. Prepare now. I fucking hate these people, dude. I don't care. It's like, shut up. Like, just shut up. Stuck in the 90s. Not in the least. I'm a futurist, but I need money, god damn it. Like, not like you're gonna have a very short career in tech if you don't make a lot of money, let me tell you. You gotta make a lot of fucking money to do anything relevant. $60,000 is like the same as like $5 though. It's like people spend millions of dollars on bullshit. You see these rappers and shit like that, you know what I mean? It's like that stuff should enrage everybody. You should be dumbest YouTubers that went broke. You know, like, yeah, there are a lot of really dumb people out there that make a ton of money and then go broke, which is fucking insane. But then there are tons of people who are just like normal people that work normal jobs that are trying to like make a comeuppance, haven't done anything to really like hurt themselves. They just like, you know, people don't, I don't know, man. It's the difference between like taking an opportunity, taking a chance, taking a big chance, making a ton of money, having your break, and then ruining your break by doing something like really horrible and incredibly like public, like, you know, you're just like, and then there's not having a break, not having any money, not having the capacity to do things. What a fucking idiot, dude. I don't give a fuck about Rittenhouse or this idiot. Like, what a dummy. I just don't care. Submedia is a fucking stupid group, too. For real, they have done some dumbass things, but, like, once you watch them, it's kind of hard to not, like, pay attention because, especially the older videos, there was, this series was relatively interesting. System fail, but I'm about to watch it right now. Yeah, so what is my opinion of this video is what they asked me. It's like terrible. I don't regret watching it, but it's terrible. Like, I'd regret it existing, you know? Like, why is this even a thing? It's like you're not even a human being, you're just a statistic. And people can stalk you in your video game and then put people in your, you know what I mean? Like seeing World of Warcraft names shift around you is like offensive and dehumanizing. Like
Me has a
it's like go kill yourselves, guys, like for real.
So the CIA is rare.
In the dark because of the
this job price of the market, but with a feel-good title, just like the one this has. If we come down to the skills section, I think it'll start to make more sense. Project requirements, so some project management. You'll be doing sales, kickoff calls, milestone update presentations. You'll be doing website audits, SEO.
So this is what I'm talking about. Like no, you get, imagine your life experiences. Nothing really happens. You have a computer. You can either like watch a video, play a game, or go like send random, fill out forms and send in random documents saying like, I want to do this. Like there was just a million listings that are all the same that look like this and shit like this, right? Like, and then like if you put in for anything which has any decent like pay rate or anything which doesn't sound horrible, they're not going to call you back. Like they want way more experience. They don't even want to fill the position. It pays way more than they actually want to pay. Like they don't want to negotiate with you. It's more trouble than it's worth, right? They don't get any kudos for hiring some random white guy that like wants a bunch of, you know what I mean? Like they're not filling out their diversity stuff. And yeah, I'm also not immediately like the solve everything, do everything kind of guy. Like my resume is like, I have work experience, I have skills, I'm here, I can work with a team, you can trust me with just about anything. But like, yeah, I'm in a situation where I'm pretty pissed off because this is extremely serious and they've made it a fucking joke. So it's like your actions are like, exercise physically, go exercise, go throw spaghetti at a wall, like applying to random garbage in the hopes that you'll hear something back, which you probably won't because they get spammed by all these different people all the fucking time. People are stealing your information and like stealing your resume and judging you and backdooring into your computers and fucking up your shit. Right? Like, so you can like go fuck around with this like no-win game, or you can like play a game. You can like go play an actual video game where you can win, right? In some sense, there's an achievable objective, or you could watch a video. Right. But then you're just watching other people live their lives and you're just fundamentally stuck in the same position. You could go like try to start a business, try to like, gamble your way and like take everything you own and like leverage it. But that's like ridiculous and stupid. And yeah, you just get fucking pissed off. You try to like stream or conversate with people, and there's basically no channels for communication. Everybody, for the most part, like a very average human being, in their like 20s and 30s in the young workforce, like they talk to their like wife or girlfriend or friends, right, throughout the week. And they go to work, or they have, even if it's like some really menial work, just like something that's like not something you want to do. So like waiter, Starbucks barista, stuff like that, right? Papa John's employee, like things like this. Lots of random people in weird places. And so they stay completely focused and insulated in their own world. Then in their free time during the week, outside of like work, school, other obligations and being around their friends, they have like a small amount of time to self-identify and do things which are like, so you're at home, you're on the computer, you finally have, some time to yourself. What are you going to do? And that says a lot more about you whenever you have very little free time than it does whenever you have like endless free time. You're just like kind of like passively existing, have free real estate here, kind of, but not really. It's like you can stay where you're at, nothing really changes. You try to move anywhere or do anything and nothing reacts, nothing responds. It's like you're disconnected but still connected in WoW, and your character is moving throughout the world, and you can press buttons and the abilities light up, but nothing happens. It's the worst thing to ever fucking exist, and it should not be allowed to ever happen. Like, the idea that you would not acknowledge everybody that streams on your platform, or at least give such a discoverability that they'll end up being given some sort of acknowledgement. It's ridiculous. We're creating all sorts of problems for everybody all the way around the world. And the idea of even thinking like 25, 30 an hour is such a low rate of pay. Like, you never, that's like that's a joke. That's like a quarter of a low salary. And people just don't even understand what it actually takes to be alive in this world today. There are some people who have billions of dollars, you know. Like, I'm not trying to be too over the top, but you have to, at least, you know, I have to get that. I'm not going to live in a world where these people that are like doing absolute fucking garbage. Stupid. Never work corporate. What a fucking joke.
You give to
My advice to this guy would be shut the fuck up. Stop posting YouTube videos. I don't give a fuck what this dumbass has to say about anything. Like, at all. Oh my God, dude. I won't work corporate if I don't have to make money. Like, what a fucking stupid thing to say. Die in poverty. Don't make money, just like lay down and die. That's my advice. Influence bubble is popping. Like, no, the fuck it's not. Like, also, fuck you. Just shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. There's always going to be somebody saying some shit like that. Nothing is popping. This is the endless infinite. We're plateauing, and there's an infinite plane. This does not ever end. It will always be this way. In terms of, some people will be randomly streaming. Some people will randomly be checking in on streams. People are going to be more or less like in their areas doing their thing. You don't necessarily watch them every day, but yeah, it's basically effectively digital communism. Like, yeah, the influencer bubble, I mean, like, sure, yeah, is it crashing? I guess. But also, is it like, actually? No, not at all. And like, to try to imply that I'm like trying to be an influencer or some shit like that. It's like, oh, you know, we all try to make YouTube channels, you know, wouldn't it be great to be in it? But you know, we can't all do that, you know. It's like the idea that like it's your fault that your channel isn't succeeding or letting, it's like, no, this is like a human being creating a digital record and attempting to communicate in a world which is otherwise isolated. To not respond and to like collect information on it, you know, such as the digital file of the recording itself, is in itself a moral monstrosity.
pisses me off. This is the epitome of not an ad.
Because I'm guarantee you that YouTube is in some manner aware of me.
Talking about rap sheets, but I had 27 subscriptions. Got me all. Work already wasn't helping what stand-up really was as a true art form, and I think people are coming around to it now, and it's very accepted.
What a fucking hipster. What a dumbass hipster. You're calling this an art form. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, it looks like the debate of the century that we were all looking forward to between Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, debating the actual definition and what constitutes anti-Semitism, and like this very interesting
or the cultural Marxists destroying
and talk hates me.
I just don't fucking care, dude. Like, all those women were martyred at that concert, and now all these people are just like making so much money off of it. They're making it rain money. Like, defense contractors having a great season.
If this video isn't enough to show you the
paid tiers of Patreon that get access to
OG of Engineer.
hiring a builder.
It's like, this is like a this isn't even a rounding error, you know what I mean? That's what's so offensive. It's like, there's so much space out there. There's so much resources to be able to build this kind of thing. I could be doing this like tomorrow. I could be doing this yesterday. We could have avoided this entire like downtime.
Account for that depending on.
But our country just does not, like the FBI and the CIA and the NSA, they will not ever, like they'll never be your friends. They'll never do anything to assist you. They'll never do anything to assist any American. They are fully self-interested, entrenched bureaucrats. Like, the way that these people operate is disgustingly stupid.
Yeah, and if you're
So there's no point in gaining power and political influence and money and stuff if you don't actually want to like wield it for like productive purposes. Like, I don't even know, man. Like, I just cannot imagine a single scenario. Imagine a 29-year-old Chinese man who is like sending in applications about like all these different technological fields and streaming for like 5 or 6 hours or 7 or 8 hours a day and talking about all sorts of contemporary issues in a manner of different fields, doing exactly what I am doing now. Okay, what would happen? And here, you know, we'll make this a multiple choice. Here's the first option. Would nobody say anything in this chat room? Would this person get 0 views and just dissipate into nothing? Do you think that would happen? Like, seriously, like, ask me, do you think that like the CCP would just sit idly by if I were saying these exact same things on the Chinese open internet? No. They would step in, they would say something to me, they would at least like talk to me. They would probably want to hook me up with a job. They would probably want to coach me on political preferences for, you know, variety of topics of whatever I'm speaking on, right? They would probably immediately want to make contact and maintain contact. And there would never be a universe where you just sit in a room and wax poetic without any sort of communication. And that is just evil. Like, I can't believe that the United States can be so stupid and snide. I can, though, of course.
you're watching this,
And YouTube has clearly just down regulated this to the point where I had Studio open, but I don't really care. Again, I have 0 impressions. You know, impressions are merely whenever you hit, you know, show me some recommendations. What's out there on YouTube today? And then you scroll down. It has not appeared even once. There's not been even like one opportunity where like one person was like, hey, what's that? Somebody's live right now. I've never seen that guy. Who's that? You know, nobody has even the remotest chance to achieve that. Maybe if I had joined YouTube Red and been a proper communist. Yeah, never buy like a family home, like an old family home. There are so many houses that need to be like knocked the fuck down.
Owners, I'm sure they've replaced issue with these older homes. Now, even if the homeowner.
Don't worry. At this rate, I won't.
I totally get that. I understand, but a lot of the rest of spent $300,000 to ask your real estate agent to check MLS to see if that house is in a flood zone, and if it is.
The CEO now down at their.
I would never want to buy a home. I'd only really want to build a home. I'm just being honest. I mean, like, as far as, like, individually, I don't really want to be this huge, like, I own, like, 50 homes person. I could own, like, 3 or 4. If I were very wealthy, I probably don't really even, you know, I'll never be that wealthy. You know, you travel, you have a place to stay, that's nice. But, yeah, like, for the most part, I would never want to own a pre-built
On the market.
home.
The same.
Barring exceptional wealth.
They cut it around 15.
These things are just gross and awful. I want something with personality. Even it doesn't have to be like super, you know, I mean, it's just built for purpose. Like, I'm not saying I have to have like a palace that's like expensive for the sake of being expensive, but it's just like you take the same money and make something that's more inspired and feel like you're not just like living in The Sims for the rest of your fucking life as you struggle to pay off your garbage home.
Biggest at all. I mean, wow, look at that kitchen. That kitchen has not been up
Like, imagine actually paying $470,000 to live in that.
in quite some time.
You could buy a plot of land and then build a structure, and it would be like new, and there would never have been anybody in the fucking house, and everything would be clean, you know.
Off the bat, I'm saying.
Like, why the fuck would I pay $470,000? Like, I fucking hate this country for this shit. You know what I mean?
You assume, yeah, okay, so reduce the price.
Like, if I'm not a multimillionaire, then I don't want to be in this country. Like, just point blank, I will leave.
Wow, there's quite a few cast score. And this metric kind of gives an indication of the trends in the market. Casting home prices is not an
It's just not even, like, having, like, a net worth of $50 million means that you're just, like, a normal person. You know what I mean? Like, the way it is these days, like, it's not what it used to be. It's like, that's just like, everybody should aim to be like, you know, oh, I've got like $10 million. I don't even know how much I got, like $10 million. I got I got an orchard. It makes money. And, you know, I stopped thinking about money, really. I don't buy that much, you know, like that kind of way of living where you do work because it's relevant work, not because of the money. You understand? Because that you can do that work effectively, not because of the money attachment. We're so fucked up, in my opinion, because that's how we structure things. You do work because it rewards you money. Everything is structured on the basis of like master and task completer, you know. So, you know, taskmaster and task completer. You got to go out there and do the things that the person set you up to do in exchange for the money. And it's not like, oh, we need to do this thing because it needs to be done now. It's like, you're not taking the groceries from St. Louis to, you know, Kansas City as a trucker. You're not like driving the bread from the bread factory here to the store shelf here because you want everybody to have bread, and you know that, like, you know all the people that are going to eat the bread, and you're like, oh, guys, I got the bread. Like, here you go. Here's the bread. I drove here to bring you the bread so that you'd have bread. No. You drive there for the money, and then somebody else puts it on the shelf. You unload it from a pallet, and then they just come in and buy the bread whenever they want to, right? There's no human connection. You're not doing it for the act itself because it needs to be done for the yield of it directly. You're doing it for the indirect yield of like money. It's just one mathematical equation of the bread maker like hiring labor to do this stuff for them. And once you're the capitalist who's making money off of other people running these errands for you, you know, it's like, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be that person, but like it's easy to get lazy. And then you have all these people doing these like weird, you know, there's this huge weird web of work behavior patterns. And a lot of it is psychological. So if you're somebody like Amazon or FedEx or UPS or USPS, you really gauge the psychology of your worker and try to get somebody who is like, you know, happy under, you know, they feel like it's liberating to be driving. Like the ideal delivery driver feels it's liberating to drive. They appreciate the notoriety of like people they know seeing them driving around in the community. They like have social connections. They don't think bad about their pay. They're proud of their pay actually, right? Like they, you know, they don't mind like doing extra things, and like they're not going to protest their wages, and like they're okay with menial advancements, and you know what I mean? And they just like, it doesn't even occur to them that there's any other way of living other than to be doing what they're doing, right? It's just like everybody has something and that's their thing, you know? Like that's like so you know, employers, they want to kind of like hoodwink you, you know, they want you to be just like running their little, you know, I mean, it's like it's a little scheme. It's a money making scheme. You know, employers, they have like a little trick and they bring you in and use you for that. And it's kind of insulting too. One of the easiest money making schemes is if there are certain people who you get paid to hire them by the federal government. They subsidize employing. They do that through a number of ways. I'm sure there are ways which I'm unaware of, but one of the most direct ways is you can get like, if somebody's been unemployed for like more than 6 months, they straight up give you like a cash amount equivalent to like a certain amount of hours of their work over like, so it's like the equivalent of like, I think it's like around like $8,000 or $6,000 or something like that. So basically you get a free trial of any American that has been unemployed for 6 months. It's, you know what I mean? It's like fucked up. It's stupid. So you could literally just, you know, make a you know, a career or a job or a business out of like finding people who are out of work for a certain amount of time, hiring them for some bullshit, getting your like stipend from the government for employing these people for the correct amount of time, and then immediately fire them and pay them beneath what you're being paid by that stipend, right? And you know, people even do that, like, you know, subcontractors for large businesses, so you don't have to like pay people like there's no due process. Basically, it's like you have no legal relation in a lot of cases. Like they do a lot of shisty things. So I don't mind. I'm not here to be an investigative journalist and an exposer and like a transformer of these things. I understand very much, like you know, I took a class as part of in college, and it's a pretty good class. And I mean, it was a little bit annoying, but you know, it was a literary class required for graduation, and you do like world literature. And we watched a segment. This guy in particular was very liberal and like indigenous rights type mentality. He had a whole dig about Orientalism, and he showed factories as well in like South America or something. And it was like this documentary. It's like these people work for like, you know, dollars a day in textile mills in South Africa, in like South America. And like we had to like write a response as like an exercise and in class or whatever and speak, I think. And I was just like, my viewpoint is that I don't care and I want these people to keep on making me cheap stuff. Like, it's like my viewpoint is that I'm not sympathetic really, because they don't really have like really well articulated arguments. It's not very fair, but it's just the truth. Like, it's too far removed. There's so many people up and down the ladder that are complaining and having issues, and I have my own. So it's like, I'm not gonna like be a bleeding heart for these people's problems whenever like they don't make certain reasonable improvements in their own situations, such as like, you know, I don't know. At the same time, I do understand. It's like you would hope that these factory people get paid well, but also at the same time, like, yeah, I don't know. That just do be the way it is, and that. If imagine the site, like what I'm thinking of is like imagine like a 50-year-old mother of 2 in like, I don't remember where it was, like Guatemala or something like that, that works in like textiles or like fruit canning or something like that. And then they're like all upset about wages. It's like, okay, like yeah, you know, like I hope that you get good wages, but also like, you know, canning fruit in Guatemala is just not that profitable, I guess. I don't know. Like, we want the fruit to be cheap anyway. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do about it?
Price forecast score is still high. You know, we're going to have more stable prices in these areas.
So they want the fruit canners in Guatemala or wherever to not think about anything external to their situation. You want them to just be happy with their day-to-day life, right? And anybody that has any sort of, you know, they look like they're, you know, pining for the Fords or whatever, you know, pining for the fjords. If they have any sort of, they might be a runner, you know, they want for anything more than the minimal allocation,
Areas, you're less likely to
then they're not an ideal employee.
see a big cut or a big reduction in the next 3 or 6 months. And to track that home price forecast score for your why it's price forecast data. Ultimately, this is a pretty affordable. It's not. If in the first quarter.
So that's a perfectly nice place. And, you know, if you were like a young, like, you know, like really young, like just like out of college, just you're like in college, or maybe you're like middle age and you're like, you've been living in apartments and like all of a sudden you get a windfall. It's like, it's not a bad place. It's horrifically overpriced. Like that should be like, to ask for that much money for this is like just absolutely fucking laughable.
Off the bat, I'm saying to myself, 470,000 for this house. I don't think so, but let's see what Zillow thinks. Well, you can.
But
Zillow thought,
you know, like the structure itself, yeah, like $200,000. That's about right. That's like a $200,000 house, guys. Like, let's just be real. If you're paying anything over that, you're just a fucking idiot. If you're trying to inflate the market, I mean, it'll work until it doesn't. It seems like you're just going to lose if you're out that bad. But at the same time, I can't blame if you buy a house, you know, say this guy bought his house for $200,000. I don't remember when it last changed hands, and he was actually living in it. I think there is merit to like buying a house and immediately listing it for a higher price. If you're not in an area that you like, but like you're like making do, that's like a very reasonable thing to do. But yeah, it takes like millions of dollars to build a house that's like really high quality these days, not just $1 million.
for a big reduction in.
Doing a new construction, I mean, like you can do it for $1 million, you know, but like it takes so much money, and it's all arbitrary. Meanwhile, we have like the world's worst people ever in some of these huge cities on social media and stuff that are making enough money to waste on
you know, Lamborghinis and shit like that, and you can't even like make a house. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to demand, you know, a lot of reasons to be upset and protest the situation. Yeah, home buyer demand is dropping fast. I would rather live in a tent than pay $470,000 for that thing for sure. Like, not that I have $470,000 to spend on it.
Do not buy
Never buy this type of land. No, fuck you. I won't be able to anyways. What is it?
buy this land.
It's probably
Perfect piece of property. You checked the flood zone. You've done a survey. You've gotten every property, like trekking through the woods, literally, to put down stakes to find the pins where they surveyed the property previously, so they'll know exactly where your property begins and where it ends. Man, I love these big oak trees. Now, an easement, you want to make sure that no one is going across your property, but that's how you find out no one is going across your property. Simply a survey. Once the survey is done, they'll stake the property.
fucking stupid. The way it works in the United States is just like a bunch of people deal weed, grow weed, make millions and millions of dollars. Then they go out there and they buy a bunch of houses, and a bunch of people sit around like working 9-to-5s and shit and like keep the essential services going. And then these people just run around like everything's a fucking field part. You know, it's like everything's a field day, everything's a goddamn theme park, you know what I mean? Like, you just have like millions of dollars grow out of the ground. Fucking stupid as hell. Cash crops are just like that. College dorms are prison cells for people who just turned 18. It's like the worst housing you could ever imagine. Well, I hope that you go bankrupt and get shot in the head, so I'm glad that you laid off your entire fucking team, because your series sucks. Dave Ramsey is terrible, dude. Guy gives the worst advice ever. I can't believe that anybody would ever watch that shit. Most 4090s will end up in the trash.
But in this case, everything seems to be okay. Next place to look would be an activity on the BIOS chip. With an oscilloscope. Is missing, so let's take it from the original card. I'll run into Windows real quick and see if all the sensors are working correctly, and it looks like it does. So, next step would be
Would you?
Like, all I know is that all these buildings fucking suck. Like, I hate these things, dude. Like, I hate all the condos. Like, oh my god, I hate these things.
Painting windows. Take those people who have.
Lakes neighborhood in Naranja Lakes goes off the rail.
Because all the unit owners were so pissed off at the, exuberant fees that were they were blindsided. They didn't even know it was coming. And all of a sudden they're hit with these huge fees and they're freaking out. For capital, they know other than of 10,000.
Why does the world have to be such fucking garbage? Like, everything is bad. As if I'd want to find a fucking dev job in Japan. If you watch that kind of stuff, I hope that you get shot in the fucking head. What a stupid fucking series. I hate everything about America. They basically worship like killers and stuff like that. That's why everything is such garbage. It's like a land of the worst people to ever exist.
Funding and finding quality deals are the two biggest.
Like, why the fuck would I ever want to take a loan for a home? That's like dumb as hell. Like, I hope that you get shot in the fucking head, dude. Oh, you can sell yourself into slavery? No way. Whoa. New options for selling yourself into slavery? Incredible. Thank you so much for telling me. About the thing that has existed for a long time that I already know about, which I don't fucking want because it's selling yourself into slavery. Wow. Two hours, 37 minutes. I might AFK for like 5 or 10 minutes.
So you are going to need to account for that depending on the size that you're going with. But you've got to start with how much your living space that you think you're going to have, and buy your normal custom home build price per square foot in your area.
Yeah, and if you're watching this, most likely you don't have the money. You're just like Emily and I were at that time. You don't have the money to pay somebody to build you a turnkey. So that's why you're watching Is Self-Building Worth It? Because you're probably in a similar situation that we were.
Right.
And granted, our original plan was a 2,400 square foot house. We still had the money. Like a 2,400 square foot house, we could have built with cash, and we got to drywall, and we had to get a loan to finish. But those are the things that you have to think about. Like, if you're watching this, then most likely you don't have the money to pay somebody. Like, I don't think we would even be able to pay somebody at this point to build this house. Well, I did not think we wouldn't.
Right. Yeah. And that's, and that's something that you just have to be really honest with yourself about what your options are. And then honest about like what your goals are. In the barndominium space, there are quite a few people that their goal is to build debt free. And so you're going to have to temper your expectations on what you can do, unless you just have like an exorbitant amount of cash.
Basically just killing everybody that doesn't have some sort of capitalist. Like what the end result of this is that some people have systems which just generate cash. They just have positive cash flow. So they're constantly making money no matter what. Other people don't. So we're just like systematically killing people who don't have cash flows. It's like, oh, you should have had a cash flow. That's the evolutionary marker here. Too bad you didn't set up a software as a service kit. You should have sold some bullshit that you stole from somebody else and repackaged. We just don't really need your genetics this time around.
There are some crimes Vietnam takes so seriously that if you're found guilty of them, you might die. Murder, rape, drug trafficking. Vietnam has some of the toughest drug laws in the world. But fraud and embezzlement, some white-collar crimes, are also punishable by death. And this woman, this billionaire, has just been sentenced to die.
Vietnamese billionaire Trong My Lan has been sentenced to death for fraud.
67-year-old Trong My Lan was found guilty of embezzlement, bribing state officials and violating bank lending regulations. It's been described as one of the greatest bank frauds in history.
Her crime, siphoning from one of the country's largest banks hundreds of trillions of dong. That's the local currency, worth close to $17 billion Canadian. That's big. Like, forget Theranos, forget FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried. This is bigger. The amount of financial damage she's alleged to have caused is equal to about 6% of the entire country's GDP. And what I didn't realize about this story at first is that her conviction is actually part of a much bigger story about how one of the fastest growing economies in Asia, some experts call Vietnam the next China, how it's grappling with a mountain of white-collar crime that could threaten everything. The crimes of Trong My Lan have been called one of the greatest bank frauds the world has ever seen. She was just found guilty of embezzlement, bribery, violating all kinds of banking rules. But how did she do it? How did she steal billions of dollars? Well, it starts with a bank Lan actually helped to create. 3 banks strapped for cash merged into one with her oversight to create the Saigon Commercial Bank. Now, she didn't own the bank. There's actually a Vietnamese law that prohibits any individual from owning more than 5% of a bank's shares. So, according to prosecutors, she very much faked her way into near complete ownership. Hundreds of shell companies and people acting as proxies on her behalf, altogether buying more than just a controlling interest in the bank. By the end, Trong My Lan owned more than 90% of Saigon Commercial Bank. And when you control 90% of a bank, you control its money. The accusation was that Lan appointed her own people as managers, who then went on to approve the equivalent of about $60 billion Canadian in loans to all these shell companies that she had set up. Those loans added up to about 93% of all the bank's lending.
This is the largest case of corruption in Vietnamese history. It's arguably the largest case of corruption in history.
How did she do this without anyone knowing? Well, that's the other problem. People did know. For example, her driver was accused of pulling out billions of dollars from the bank in cash over a 3-year period to store in Lan's basement. Lan was accused of paying bribes, sometimes millions of dollars at a time, to keep things quiet. In all, more than 80 people were tried and convicted on charges ranging from bribery to abuse of power in connection with this epic decade-long scheme. Lan's husband got 9 years in jail, her niece 17 years, and a senior bank inspector who turned a blind eye, life in prison.
The scale of this corruptions case is quite significant. It is not only, Chu Mi-Lan herself as a real estate tycoon, but also along with 84 associates and over 2,400 witnesses and experts, have been called.
The victims in all of this? All those people who bought bonds from the bank, hoping to earn a little interest down the road, but who may now get very little, if anything, back. Police identified around 42,000 victims, and this is where we get to the heart of the story. The reason Vietnam's leaders want so desperately to make an example of Lan. The defendant's actions, read the judge's verdict, eroded people's trust in the leadership of the Communist Party and state.
The Communist Party leadership has built its legitimacy upon economic performance, or performance more broadly, right? And the fact that corruption has been so rampant, so widespread, directly challenges its claim to this performance-based legitimacy.
Historically, corruption has been a real problem in Vietnam. One survey by the UN asked thousands of Vietnamese citizens about how corruption affects their day-to-day. 40% of farmers interviewed said they had to bribe someone for a land use certificate. 40%. A third of people said a bribe was necessary for medical care, and 40% of people said bribes were necessary at school.
It is a widely accepted feature, not a bug, of many systems, including the Vietnamese system. That stuff is accepted societally, not just in Vietnam, but in many parts of the world. But there is a clear difference between that and the egregious mass graft that we see in the high-profile cases under this Blazing Furnace campaign.
We've seen a slew of headlines recently about bribery and abuse of power during the height of the pandemic, when a flood of Vietnamese citizens abroad who were suddenly stranded raced to get home to Vietnam across a border that was all but locked down. There was good money to be paid for the privilege of catching a flight home. 25 officials were found to have accepted bribes, totaling about $10 million Canadian. And it wasn't just low-level civil servants getting swept up in that scandal over repatriation flights. Who was allowed to operate them, who was allowed to board them. The deputy foreign minister was involved too, and sentenced to 16 years in jail. For almost 10 years now, the current leader of Vietnam, Communist Party Secretary General Nguyen Phu Trong, he's made rooting out corruption a matter of political survival.
If you look at Vietnam's current political climate. What we see instead is a period of high degree of political fluctuation, a high degree of political factionalism. That, in fact, can really cause the question how stable politically Vietnam is.
Much of Truong's reputation is built around this campaign called Blazing Furnace, cracking down on corruption. To date, 2 presidents and 2 deputy prime ministers have been forced to resign. Hundreds of officials either disciplined or jailed.
Vietnam's second president in just over a year has quit. Vo Van Thong, the youngest president in the country's history, took charge last March after the sudden dismissal of his predecessor over corruption charges.
According to one research group, over the past decade, nearly 200,000 party members, including 36 Central Committee members and 50 military and police generals, have been disciplined. Truong My Lan, sentenced to die for looting billions from a big bank, she is just the latest casualty in a much broader war, and at a very peculiar time. I mentioned earlier how Vietnam is sometimes called the next China. Well, just look at its GDP numbers alone. In 2019, $334 billion. That was an increase of 8% over the previous year, 2018. In 2020, up 4% from the previous year. 2021, up 6%. 2022, up 12%. And most recently, 2023, up 5%. Vietnam has also attracted big foreign investment. Apple and its suppliers, for example, have looked for alternatives to manufacturing in China. So companies like Foxconn, which makes iPhones and iPads, are building factories and hiring tens of thousands of people at a time in Vietnam.
They benefit in a lot of ways. They benefit from cheaper labor in some of these countries that they're moving to. They benefit from being insulated from some of the geopolitical tensions that come with operating in China and continuing to expand in China.
But with more wealth flowing, the more money you need to keep things moving. This is Vietnam's predicament. How to tamp down on corruption, on a society that has had corrupt practices rooted in for so long without grinding everything to a halt.
The anti-corruption campaign has been so widespread, and perhaps that's because corruption was so widespread, but it's been so widespread that it has now provoked an atmosphere of fear, not just among Vietnamese business people and foreign investors, but also among Vietnamese bureaucrats. Everybody seems afraid to make decisions lest they be caught up for bad behavior. And so red tape has become just huge. It has immobilized decision making. And so many projects that were supposed to be underway are just going nowhere fast.
Vietnam's so-called trial of the century, which may result in the death of a billionaire, is in a lot of ways just the beginning of a much longer story. For one, she plans to appeal, so her case isn't done yet. But she will likely not be the last prominent person to go on trial.
Submit, peasants, to the might of the great Ogre Empire!
Yo, with this frame rate, like, there's basically no point in even fucking playing the game. Like, I hate how reality is. It's such a stupid fucking country. My God, man. Like, you can't do anything. Like, you just might as well go die. I have no idea how you're expecting anybody.
You might hear the term prepper. And a lot of times that is stockpiling lots of things, stockpiling food or stockpiling ammo. That's not really our approach. The idea.
Do I keep on playing it with this awful frame rate is the question. I should just like uninstall the game until I get a new graphics card. It's just dumb. Yeah, without a new graphics card, this is just like stupid. Let me just look at this. I need quite a number of things. Even assigning a price tag to it, there's just like no way to do it. See, like, I would have definitely saved that monk if I were like properly. Properly in sync with everything graphically and so on. But no.
through the computer, and it looks like there just are no easy solutions to this recession.
Yeah, raising VAT, cutting VAT, raising interest rates.
Raising interest rates and VAT, lowering income tax and raising VAT.
None of it seems to really help.
Have you tried kill all the poor?
Sir, with respect, we've had this conversation before.
I'm just saying, have you tried it?
No, of course we haven't tried it. We're not going to try it.
I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying run it through the computer, see if it would work.
Whether it would work is not the issue.
So you think it might work? That's pretty right-wing.
No, I don't think it'll work.
I think it might.
It wouldn't.
Why not?
Well, because they do all the, they clean all. We need them for all the things that we don't fancy.
Aren't you thinking of immigrants?
Look, there's an easy solution to this, guys. Just run it through the computer and check.
Well, no.
I can't believe you haven't done it drunk as a joke.
What?
Well, just do it quickly.
I'm not going to do it.
Why not?
Because it's offensive and evil.
I don't see the objection. The computer's not going to be offended. Just run it through. The computer will say, no, it wouldn't help to kill all the poor, and I'll stop going on about it.
See? Satisfied?
Have you tried raise VAT and kill all the poor? Look, we're just fact-finding.
Why do you so want to kill all the poor, sir?
I don't want to do anything of the sort, but I think it's important to know if it would help.
Of course it wouldn't help, but the computer says it wouldn't help, so we're not doing it.
That's why we're not doing it.
What?
That's the only reason why we're not doing it. Bloody hell, now I'm offended.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have asked you to run that through. It turns out...
I was pulled by mail. It was totally out of casting your spell. Okay.
Thinking amongst friends, and I didn't realise it's only cold-hearted pragmatism that's keeping you from pumping gas into Lidl.
I'm confused, sir.
Look, just because a computer says that killing all the poor will help the economy doesn't mean I'm going to do it. It's morally wrong, Anne. That's why we can run it through the computer, because we know whatever it says, we're not going to do it. That's the page I'm on, Anne. Are you going to burn the book?
No.
We were pretty sure that child brothels would help with arts funding. But does that mean we did it? No. Never got beyond a pilot scheme in Yeovil.
You're quite right, sir. I'm sorry if I, in any way, cast aspersions on your commitment to the sanctity of all human life.
It's all right, guys. I think it's pretty clear what we need. Shave 0.5% off interest rates, shore up the pound, keep VAT steady for now, and round up all the dwarves.
Yes, Minister.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. The banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the streets. There's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe, and our food is unfit to eat. Sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. I want you to get up right now. Sit up, go to your windows, open them, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore. Things have got to change.
How many stations does this go
You've
out
got to
like?
get mad. You've got to say,
I know it goes to Louisville and Atlanta.
I'm not going to take this anymore. Then we'll figure out what to do about the depression and the inflation and the oil crisis. But first, get up out of your chairs, open the window, stick your head out and yell, and say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Who are you talking to, sir?
CGG Atlanta.
Are they yelling in Atlanta, sir?
Are they yelling in Atlanta, Ted? But first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
They're yelling in Baton Rouge.
Get up, get up, get up out of your...
Son of a bitch! We struck the mother lode!
Stick your head out the window, open it, then stick your head out and keep yelling and yell, I'm as mad as hell, I'm not going to take this anymore. Just get up from your chairs right now. Where are you going? I don't want to see if anybody's yelling. Open it and stick your head out and yell and keep yelling. I'm mad as hell! I'm not gonna take it anymore! I'm not gonna take it anymore! I'm mad as hell! I'm not gonna take this anymore! Asran be ours, man. Well done.
Network is a 1976 film directed by the glorious Sidney Lumet, who famously directed 12 Angry Men, but of course he's directed a lot of films, a lot of classics like Dog Day Afternoon, and even less recognized but great films like Death Trap. But in 1976 he brought Network to the world, which
That was an experience with that frame rate. It's playing a slideshow. There's no point in even playing this right now, especially with 0 views. There's also no point to be streaming this. See if we get this other pop. I'm gonna AFK real quick though. It'll probably pop while I'm AFK if I had to guess. and I'm back, and I'm still angry as fuck for the exact same reasons as previous. I can't believe how bad this society is. Like, this whole civilization is just absolute fucking dog shit, dude. I'm going to go out to eat in a bit. So I'm going to get off of here soon, but yeah, no, this is fucking terrible. Joe Biden should have been taken out to the gravel pit, not elected president. I have no idea what the fuck is wrong with this country, dude. Without saying anything pro-Trump or any other politician. Explicitly, like, not this dude. At least on a symbolic basis, it's just the worst. The very, like, concept of advantaging, like, disadvantaged peoples implies disadvantaging advantaged peoples. I don't know how to explain it, but you know what I'm talking about. Especially when it comes to anything that's codified and, like, organizational. And white people are the most ignorant retards to ever exist whenever it comes to this kind of stuff. They take idealism and then they, like, become, like, the puppets of... Like, Indians are always going to in-group preference Indians. Which is... They're not going to apologize, really, either, you know what I mean? They're just gonna do it. They'll deny it. And, you know... same thing goes for, like, Chinese people, especially Chinese people. In situations where they're in cultures which are not, like, their own, and we don't really have our own thing, and ideally you want multiculturalism and all this other stuff, but it's just like, at the end of the day, and, like, you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I'm not against the virtue, but, like, clearly these people have created, like, enemies. You know, they create, like, an enemy of the default. Being a white guy. And everybody looks at dumb shit and uses examples to try to, like, quantify you and compare you to other people rather than giving you your own unique expression. What are these stupid fucking names? Yay.
Best goods in the Isles.
I ain't got it, you don't want it.
Yeah, you just inherently distrust everything they do at Blizzard with instancing and people's names, and, like, it's this foreign dystopic, like, alien thing where people are like, there's just so many instances you can place people in and stuff, you know. It's not a persistent world. When you lack world persistency, and, you know, every time you change the screen, it, like, populates with a different group. It's too easy to just, like, throw around random data and have it appear as something like it's not. yeah, I don't know. It's just hollow to play on this shitty of a fucking machine. My RAM, CPU, everything else pretty good. GPU sucks, and that's enough. Spending money on a laptop was kind of a waste of money because I'm not traveling anymore because everything fucking sucks in this entire goddamn country. This is the worst place to ever live. It's ridiculously unless you're a millionaire, this is the worst place to ever live. Like, there's absolutely no reason to be in America unless you are a multimillionaire. Like, the first thing you would recommend anybody financially is just leave the country. Like, you're young, you have like a couple $1,000s, like you're like not exactly wealthy. It's like, get on a plane, leave the fucking country. Use your citizenship to your advantage. You can go basically anywhere, and then everything is way cheaper. Earn the same. People have to pay you because you travel. Wow, you travel? Yeah, that's like a big, oh, we should consider this person. They have professional travel experience. What it means, like, absolutely fucking nothing. It means you got a passport and had like $50 for a bus ticket. Dumb. Oh my god. And the Pandaria release is going to fucking suck. It's like, I'm gonna probably start playing it and then just be like, alright, this is fucking stupid. It's just one of those things. You're gonna have like all these people getting like thousands of dollars to play the game, and like bots everywhere you look. Or if they're hidden away, you know that they'll appear eventually, and the market's going to be completely fabricated and all this other. And at the end game, it's going to be some pay-to-win loot, like council type shit or something. I don't even fucking know. It could be cool though. I mean, it's just like a low effort, low level, like low cost of entry, low barrier to entry. Fast leveling experience in a kind of gamified version of the game that's beyond the original. I'm gonna see what happens. Maybe I'll play a lot, maybe I won't. Playing Classic here, like, this is a really fun area in Classic. But it becomes not so fun after the persistent game state of the world stops and you won't see random people run around like doing the same thing. Like, it doesn't have any meaning. What was fun is the like random spontaneous interactivity of it, which does not exist anymore. Like, this is a very involved area in a Classic. The quest line here. If you're doing hardcore, or if you're just like marathoning, it's a pretty significant milestone. Just leveling normally. By this point, you're like getting towards the middle end of Barrens. And I mean, oh man, I wish I had just recorded all of that stuff whenever I was a kid. Imagine if I had like World of Warcraft play files of me leveling in the Barrens first like 5 or 6 times I did that. You know what I mean? I would just do that on like a random weekend night, you know, level a new character all the way through the Barrens, get to like level 20. I have other accounts that I don't have anymore. As well. So there's been a long storied history of playing this game, but I did not really record much while I played it. Which, in hindsight, was like the only thing I should have been focused on doing. Be very early to the game and just put something up there, even if it has garbage quality, because your discoverability will never have been better than yesterday. Your capacity to compete for attention in the ever-growing like pool of stuff to steal people's attention and competition for attention only ever decreases. It will never increase. You have to figure out how to pay money to get views, to make money, and like make this cycle work somehow. Because otherwise nobody will watch anything you do. You have to advertise it. Like, as a new creator, like, that's the only way to get a viewership. Like it or not. And then you're just, like, monetizing a population. So you, like, pick a target audience and then go up and try to, like, hoodwink them. That's, like, the way you're supposed to do it if you're trying to be a content creator, you know? You have to make your viewer think that you're like passionate about a topic, but then you're just like selling something. Minus 31 cogs, 218 bolts. Like, so like negative 13, 18, something like this. Like XY. I'm just gonna drown it. Should work, right? No, didn't think so, but it should work. It would be really cool if it did. One-handed gameplay. holding the microphone, sitting here. About to get off of this game. Trying to find a conclusion for the stream. There is none. There's nothing to say about this. I had on that the entire time. You're able to do it like as you teleport and then appear with the cloak back the way it was. Booed. As in people are booing. Booed. I don't even know. Ghosted. Misjudgment. Why she's weird. It's another rainy day, so looks like not really going to be able to go outside. Not in that way. I'm not going to be able to play soccer. Check Twitch real quick. I can't believe Andy Milanakis would ban me from his chat because I said that he looks like a old person at a casino in Vegas. It's like you look like you would be a senior citizen. Like he looks like he would be like an 80-year-old lady right now. You look over in the corner and you see some like at a casino and you see this person playing slots. You just get like one passing glance. It's like, oh yeah, there's some middle-aged woman playing slots over here. It's like a middle-aged woman, she put on a few pounds, maybe a lesbian, I'm not sure. I'm not really like looking that. There he is, everybody. He has a condition. I heard somebody say that they don't allow gambling on Twitch. I'm like, yeah, that's definitely not fucking true. I see gambling on here all the time. Slots is a whole thing. What are these non-monetary slots? All the dollars are just pretend. So yeah, I don't really want to fucking watch this anyways. But yeah, he looks like a grandma playing slots. She playing one of these like weird dating sim things. It's supposed to be software and gaming. Alright, so like nothing's happening on Twitch that I care about at all.
流れから言いまして、あちらの流れ図にありますように、テープからデータを読むかというところがはまり込んでおりますね。これが35番、36番、37番の部分です。読まないのであれば、従来のように40へ来まして、そのまま、外部からデータをインプットすることになるんですけども、読みますか、読むところでイエスと答えますと、これは成立しないで GO2 4選やってまいりまして、リマーク文がありまして、それから、ファイルネームはと聞きまして、でファイルネームに何かこう Z ダラに入れさしましてね、でこれはあらかじめ書いたものと同じものかどうかを聞いてるわけですね。でそれをオープンいたしまして、それから、データをどんどん、フォーループを使って配列の中にテープから読み込むと。読み込みが終わりますと、クローズでもってテープをクローズしまして GO200、ここのところがちょっとコツなんですけどね、小倉さんが Go サブでやってられたら元へ帰ってきまして、ちょっと問題あったんですけども、 GO200、100っていうのはクロス集計のとこですね、ですからこの部分ちょうど、外部からデータを入力する、キーボードから入力する部分はバイパスされたわけですね。テープから読む部分がすっと乗り換わっていくと、こういう考え方です。自動車で言えばバイパスですね。一方今度は修正するかっていうセリフがありました。元のプログラムでは修正がなければ全エンドとなってたんですけども、今度の場合その場合全2600引っ張ってまいりまして、2600以下は、テープを作るプログラムですね。W オープンに始まりまして、ライトオープンに始まりまして、そして、ずっとフォーループでもってこの配列にすでに作り上げられている、場合によったら修正も終わった新しいデータをどんどんテープに書いていきまして、書き終われば、クローズして、そしてリワインド、巻き戻してエンドになると、こういうことです。テープ入れない場合にはもうここで全エンドで持って止まってますね。ですから結果的にはここの2600番からここまで、それからここからここまでが付け加えられた部分で、それを判断を聞くためにこの35、36、37、それから、ここで全エンドとなってたところを全2600に書き換えたと、これだけの修正を加えたわけです。で前のプログラムをそのまま生かしまして修正をしておりますためにね、若干こうデータ分の後に一塊のプログラムが来たり、ごちゃごちゃしてる部分もありますけれども、前のプログラムが分かっておればこれも、コツコツ検討していただければ分かるはずです。ところで、萩尾さんの方はどうなりましたか？
I didn't even get the food buff.
Yeah.
My bags just have random stuff in this. So much random stuff in this game. You know, see how obsolete they make everything obsolete. Like, look at that. Nothing carries over. Like, literally nothing carries over. Let's see. Where the fuck did I get that?
Can Carthus carry?
That's the black market. They're giving me that as an option because I just use this probably. Like, oh, he seems to like brooms. Maybe we should put a broom on there. And they put it at a price which is like affordable for what I have too. The cynic in me says that is absolutely a fucking like algorithm.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Man, nothing.
the city's finest wares.
Optional crafting property. Like, fuck all of that. Like, I don't want to craft anything, man. I'm gonna be real with you. Crafting is like where the pay to win gets in. Like, I don't know what it is they do, but like you're supposed to like craft stuff, and I'm just like, I don't want to craft anything. I just want to buy it from the vendor. Like the upgrade of Honor was okay, but now it's these flight stones for no reason. I don't even know what they're doing. Why are they doing this? Now I'm supposed to like buy a crafting item and then make my own. And that involves paying money for somebody that farmed some recipe that took like hours that nobody would ever want to do unless it brought them actual real life money from. I don't even know, man. I just want to get good gear to play the game. Like actually play the game, not some currency pyramid scheme with gear that constantly needs replacing. Alright. And my graphics card sucks, so there's no point in playing it. And the entire fucking country sucks, so no point in staying here. I should go schedule my passport appointment. I thought about doing that. That's probably what I'm going to do. I had one, but then, something got in the way and it had to move. But I should be able to get like a rush emergency. Like, you can schedule pretty quickly, actually. I'll travel. I'm going to get the fuck out of this place. Go somewhere where there's actually opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's go in on the Warlock for a second. Gearing out the Warlock would be interesting because it is just really powerful. But again, I don't have any. I need a new graphics card and a new place. And a bunch of money.
I have just the thing, Wanderer. May your feet find good trails.
Look at the tree. I suppose this is worth it, but it's definitely a nerfed version of what it used to be. Like with it's all utility and survivability. So can't use that here. It's got a much shorter cooldown. So I understand why the gate cannot be used. Just for this character, I might just switch these. Slightly easier to trigger. Hmm. I was thinking, yeah, I don't have Dragon iPhone.
квартира 102. 35 игр. Саша, 35 игр это немало, я тебе скажу. Есть люди, которые прошли 2-3 игры, а ты прошел 35. Ты уже настоящий профессионал. «Принц Персии». Дело в том, что где-то в почте у меня здесь сейчас, я сейчас найду, вот, пожалуйста. Неизвестный мне автор пишет: я решил написать вам в передачу, как в игре «Принц Персии». Саша, это тебе будет очень интересно. Для 8-битных приставок Dendy делать вместо положенных 60 минут 90. Ну, вы знаете, что «Принц Персия» — это игра, где на все задание дается 60 минут. Так вот, для этого, когда на экране возникает надпись «Нажмите на старт», «Push Start» там написано, вам следует одновременно нажать «Старт» и джойстик влево-вниз по диагонали. Старт и джойстик влево-вниз. Держите кнопки, и вы увидите, как принц побежит в кодовую комнату, выпьет жидкость и, к вашему удивлению, попадет на первый уровень, но с 90-минутным запасом времени. Саша Майоров, тебе помог неизвестный корреспондент. Твою регистрационную карточку приставки Dendy Junior мы передаем в компьютерный центр, но прошу вас не посылать нам ваши регистрационные карточки. Посылайте их по адресу Москва, 34. Dendy, тогда они попадут сразу в компьютерный центр. А так мне их приходится туда носить. Кстати, не пора ли нам отправиться в компьютерный центр и посмотреть, как у нас обстоят дела с нашей компьютерной лотереей?
Ой.
Мы с вами в компьютерном центре обработки данных фирмы Dendy. И наш компьютер уже буквально разбух от той информации, которую он получает в результате того, что вы посылаете к нам ваши регистрационные карточки. Сегодня в нашей электронной лотерее небывалый, фантастический приз. Внимание, слабонервных просим не смотреть. Это автоматический пистолет-автомат для приставки Dendy Hypershot. Мечта любого игрока. Как вы видите, наш компьютер продолжает листать ваши фамилии и адреса. Сейчас я нажму кнопку Enter, и на экране появится фамилия очередного победителя. Внимание! Хоп! Награждается, пожалуйста, Веселов В.А. Ленинградская область, город Выборг, улица Майорова, дом 1, квартира 31. Жаль, что Веселов В.А. не смотрит нашу программу, потому что в Ленинграде она просто еще не ловится на телевизоры. Но мы обязательно сообщим ему, что он победитель, и обязательно вышлем ему великолепный автомат Hypershot.
Продолжаем вспоминать достопамятную встречу нашей программы со своими поклонниками.
Ты, кстати, знаешь, что такое Супер Нинтендо?
Нет, я не знаю, что это такое.
Кто из вас знает, что такое Супер Нинтендо? Вот этот мальчик знает, это мальчик я тоже знаю. Товарищи, пожалуйста, посмотрите, вот совершенно случайно здесь оказался, честное слово, случайно, вот вам крест. Оказался Родик Газманов, помните его, да? Это мальчик, который пел песню «Маугли» и всякие другие песни. Теперь он уже вырос, теперь тебе сколько уже?
13.
13 лет, и ты уже сейчас не поешь, да? А чем ты занимаешься? Так как ты здесь находишься, очевидно, это компьютерные игры, да?
Совершенно верно. Но, кстати, не пою я только временно, пока у меня ломается голос.
Сильно ломается? Там нет? Куски не торчат?
Нет, пока что нет.
Понятно. Ну расскажи, что ты в этом мире компьютерных игр для себя открыл?
Ну, вообще, конечно, мне больше нравится Sega. Ну, вот вообще вы мне задавали вопрос, значит, Супер Нинтендо. Вот Супер Нинтендо — это 32-битный компьютер, поэтому память у него гораздо больше, следовательно, изображение гораздо лучше.
Позвольте, я поправлю. Роди, значит, Супер Нинтендо — это тоже 16-битный компьютер, так же, как и Sega. Это я тебе с полной ответственностью заявляю. И мы в наших передачах сейчас решили много рассказывать об этом компьютере, потому что действительно и графика, и музыка.
Too expensive. It's just way too expensive.